Good afternoon, everybody, joining us today on this beautiful day at the Taragaon Museum, as well as everyone watching us online. It's our great pleasure to welcome you to our third and last opening day of the Kathmandu Triennale 2077. I'd like to start by thanking the Taragaon Museum for hosting us in their beautiful premise, for the exhibition, for our talks program in their garden, and that has become a crucial part of our Triennale, and the interest in gardens, ecology, cultural implications of cultivating, of understanding landscape. Most of our talks today will try to deepen this understanding, so we will primarily feature artists who are included in the exhibition here, but not exclusively, because the entire Triennale is nevertheless entangled, and the different ideas and the threads that we were interested in are woven together. So, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, who will join us online. We are primarily organizing these talks in person. I think after 2 years of pandemic reality, we wanted to rekindle something of the spirit of being together in space and sharing. But we invited several artists, nevertheless, to join us from their locations. And the first speaker is one of them, because he was one of the artists who we commissioned to do major new work installation in the park of the Taragaon Museum. So you can see the work just if you walk to the left on the other side of the museum. And Trevor Yeung, who is based in Hong Kong, is unable to join us in person because of the extreme travel restrictions that the Hong Kong government imposes on its residents. So, Trevor Yeung was born in 1988 in Dongguan in China, and he lives and works in Hong Kong. And in his practice, he works with the natural world, with landscapes, with animals, with plants, with remnants of biological life, and stages them as metaphors, as actors, as pawns in different simulations of real life human situations, whether social or deeply personal. So Trevor Yeung has participated in numerous biennials and exhibitions, most recently at the Future Generation Art Prize in Kyiv, at the Current Sculpture number 10, at the Biennale de Lyon in 2019, at the 38th EVA International Biennial, at the 10th Shanghai Biennale, and so on and so forth. So without further ado, I would like to invite Trevor to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Cosman, for the introduction. And I don't know if you guys can hear me, right? I hope you can hear me. So yeah, I'm very happy to be invited for the Triennale and show the work. And this is a bit weird for me, like to talk like this, because I seldom do Zoom. So let's talk about my work. So it's a pity that I cannot go to see to do the site visits, because normally when I do exhibition, particularly for installation, I will always want to go there to see the sites and also finding materials that related to that. So maybe I share my screen now. Yes, so I think you guys can see the work. So this is not the finished work, so which is the process of for the production. So this work is called Give Back Garden, Kathmandu. So somehow when we start with the whole idea, when I talk with Cosman about what I want to do in the space, and there are several like places to choose. And at the end, it comes to this museum. and there are like a huge garden, and at the same time, like when we do the virtual site visits, then I found this area is very ideal for my work, particularly when I want to make a garden. So when I did have like previous work or installation or indoor exhibition that is related to the idea of how to produce a garden, not in a garden, but using the concept in a like controlled space. And I think this work is the first time I make a actual garden in a garden. So during the whole progress, we have been talking about like how to make a garden in order to like we interact with the space and with the idea of the whole Triennale. So then I think of like the stone garden, which is like the best idea or best way to do that. And at the same time, when so this is the progress of like what I should be doing in there together with all the builders. But I mean, it's pity that I cannot come. So so I'm showing some of the like reference or things that like that is connected with the whole ideas, because somehow as an artist or as a person who grew up in Hong Kong, we don't have that much of nature of like things that we can interact with. So basically we can like this is what we can see when we go particularly for hiking. But since I was a kid, I didn't have that much chance to interact with the nature, and it's a little bit like ironic that like a lot of my work is related to nature and plants, but I'm actually grew up with a lot of like didn't have much chance to interact with like the nature. So in a way, the nature for me is more like an artificial or like man-made like park and like gardens or even like the fish tank. So I'm going to do like some pictures to show it afterward. So like one of the like when you talk about rock garden, a lot of people will think about like sand garden, like the one in Kyoto. And also when I do, actually they have a lot of this kind of arrangements is always like mimic the landscape of the nature and achieve a level of the human who are connected with the nature itself. And there's also another one that I want to talk is like the stone spears in Costa Rica. So this is also something that is weird, that is like a man-made things in the nature that is like interact with the space, but at the same time you think, oh, if they are because those stones are over 1,000 years for the indigenous people who are crafting there and put in the different location in Costa Rica in like more like to the south side. And so for me, I'm always curious on like how man-made things to achieve a nature or interact with the nature. And back to Kathmandu, so when it comes to a way that how, oh, and this is also another things that which I don't, as I said, like I don't have that much chance to like see or present in the nature or like interact with the nature. So when I was kid, I start like having aquarium at home. So somehow the like this kind of miniature that you kept all the stones in the fish tank, arranging the things in a very mini style. So somehow this is also a way to achieve like how we, how human to like build up the like landscape or natural like scenario for you to do at home, just like for people to do it in the garden. So so when I am thinking about the space and the location, so also because I cannot see the cannot be actual presence to the site visit, so the scenario is more like, oh, okay, so it's more like I'm arranging the space like a fish tank. So because like they give me the location, I'm going to show you after. So they give me the location and we did a virtual like site visits and see the measurement, doing everything. So somehow I'm thinking of what would I do in case if I want to make like a stone garden. So I was, and this is a little bit strange that when you think of like getting stone in Kathmandu to make a garden, because somehow when I start to look into the stone and also environments in Nepal, the whole area, I found that there is actually a lot of like trash that is like people like throw it in the mountain, like Himalaya. So I'm thinking, okay, in a way of like stone, something that like people would take it from the nature and put it in their garden. Because in the past, if you talk about like Chinese garden, there are not many people who can be able to build a garden and put some stone in there. But nowadays, a lot of people like they will think of like building a garden and taking the natural resources from the nature and back to their things. So this is always a way of like how we, instead of like or using it to build the things like making stone like bricks or something, so they use it as like a decoration. So for me, when I work on this work, I'm thinking of I want to use something that is like something that we have been using but not using natural resources. So then I think of the trash or like those like trash people like they throw it on the nature. So and when we work with the curatorial team, so they have been searching for like some environmental organization or like a recycle company that they found out there's a lot of like different kinds of like waste that they have been collecting from the mountains areas. So and I found they have like they even have like a lot of bottles like energy drinks or like other like water bottles. Or then I decide to, and they have it in green and also in other colors. Then I just think, okay, these bricks I can use it for my work. So and at the same time there's a lot of like construction like or like the people take down the buildings, so they have all the bricks like collecting, and sometimes they don't know how to, I mean they are trying to recycle that. And at the same time when I was making this work, I want to, after the exhibition is done, I also want the things to be recycled or reused in other places. So then I decided to use this material. So you can see like when we were like in the whole conversation, we're trying to find like different the bricks that we can use for the work. But I mean, for me, I prefer to use like recycled bricks, as you can see, and also like the recycle bottles things. So when we have the and before I think when I have the idea is I don't know about this low. I think I know about this location, but I didn't like really we do like research or looking in the architecture, and turn out that at the end when we are when I was like deciding to use the bricks, I think it's like kind of connected with the whole arrangement with the space. And when you can see like the map, like basically we have this like the Chinese the team have made a virtual like the floor plan, so we can basically we can walk through the whole exhibition space. So but at the same time, like since when you work with like a space or like a space will require things, so I have to build up the things to do the arrangement. So basically I have that setting in my studio to like a basically I'm building a fish tank in my studio, but instead of like I'm designing the bricks or like the arrangement of the things that we that is referring to the space, the information that they give it to me. So then I send them the path. So this is a bit strange because when you think of like how to manage a garden, you always have to be in there. But at the same time, it's impossible for me. So using the way of thinking in the fish tank, somehow it can interact with the people. Like they are the audience, they are like the fish that is swimming in the fish tank. Because sometimes, like particularly for sand garden, it doesn't require a lot of interaction with like the audience to the stone and also step in the sand garden, because somehow you disturb the whole scenario, the whole setting of what the architect or the landscape designer want to achieve. But at the same time, for this work, somehow is I want the audience to go into the garden to interact with the bricks like what they do normally in the park. So you can see that at the end when it finished the whole setting, somehow I didn't expect that it have such a strong connection with the with the architecture itself. Because for me, when I decide make this work, I'm thinking of how you can look at the work in different different angles, but it always to be the angle that you look at the view from the outside. Because this is also something that I want the artwork or the installation, the stone, like the bricks, that they are like looking, when the people look at them, they are looking at the garden itself and also for the view outside. And turn out that when I do the planning, I didn't recognize that they have like some slope. So basically they build up more like a, because when you make a stone garden, somehow you want to have like a flat surface, like canvas, that you build up everything on a flat surface. But somehow it kind of get a better rhythm when people to go around and see the things. So I mean, this is something that like I didn't expect, and it comes with a better result. So this is always the view that I was expecting when I do the planning. So, and I was also thinking of whether I should sculpt the bricks into like a stone shape, because somehow when you see a like scholar stone, not a lot of scholar stone nowadays are without any like sculpting. A lot of stone are like they're being sculpted, but also mimic the nature. So at the same time, at this work, I don't want the audience to have a kind of weird feeling that the artist is trying to like make a nice like stone shaped installation but using the bricks here. In a way, is I want the audience to be there, to sit there, to be surrounded, and with that, like to think about like the relationship with like the bricks, the stone with them, and also the plastic waste. Because somehow because bricks and also the plastic, they are long lasting. They are like the new stone already. So that's why when people are saying that they would be like reflecting, I hope they will have more interaction and reflecting like why those like position. And at the same time, the size of the stone, the size of the rock, they are like closer to a furniture size instead of like or something that you would not can interact or too small to interact. So somehow it becomes something like everyday life, like something is a good height to sit or to stand or to be together with. And this is the wheel on top of the, I mean, you guys are there, so I mean, you see more things than me, so I'm a bit jealous. So I think this is something about the work. So I guess like you guys will see the things, and I hope you guys enjoy to be in there and to walk around surrounding the stone, or even touch them or step on them or jump on them.
Thank you, Trevor, for your presentation and for the beautiful work. Are there any questions for Trevor? Yes, Trevor, you're being asked whether one can sit on the work.
Yes.
Trevor?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you're being asked whether one can sit on your sculpture.
Yes, so actually the audience can sit on the sculpture.
I think there was a question there.
What was the question?
No question? Good. If there are no more questions, big thank you to Trevor. And yes, we will continue to enjoy your work without you having seen it. Thank you. So before we move to the next speaker, just to let you know that there's tea and water and biscuits on the left and some other snacks. So please do enjoy them. This leads me to the second speaker of the day, Vvzela Kook, who is also an artist from Hong Kong, and like Trevor is also unable to come for the same reason of the closed borders. And Vvzela was born in 1990 and in Dalian in China, but she lives and works in Hong Kong. She's an artist working with new media, with the possibilities offered by web design and 3D printing and artificial intelligence, and she uses them as tools to imagine in different ways the world we live in and potential worlds created by this promise of new technologies. And she's also invested in critiquing urban landscape, traces of colonialism, and so on. And Vvzela has participated in exhibitions in various institutions: C-Lab Taipei, MoCA Taipei, Asia Society at Hong Kong Art Center, Taigwon, as well as the Center for Heritage Arts and Textiles in Hong Kong. So without further ado, I would like to invite Vivi to share with you about her work. Thank you.
Thank you, Cosmin. Thanks, everyone. Let me share my screen first. Yeah, first of all, thanks, everyone. Thanks the team in Kathmandu who strongly realized the installation of this work is basically recreate the every detail of this installation, although it's like one of the most like complicated installation I've ever done. And yeah, the name of this work is called Columbus of Horticulture. And before starting to introduce only about this work, I actually want to start with another work of mine. And like Cosmin just introduced, I work a lot of like medium and a lot, I'm a general interest in a lot of themes, and plant imperialism is only one of them. And before this work, I was actually, the first time I became interested in topic of plants, it was actually like 2015. Soon after I moved to Hong Kong, I found a lot of streets named after plants near where I lived. Actually, many cities have streets named after plants, and more for they sound better or for the name it like that for a good omen. And few of them are like Hong Kong, where you can find many streets named after very specific species. And later I found there are almost 200 streets as such, and what attracted me was not only the naming of them, but also the stories behind the naming. So here I'm showing you just a bunch of streets, like in the center of Kowloon. And this is also like near Mong Kok and Prince Edward. If you come to Hong Kong, this is like a place that quite close to mainland China, far from the city center. And this one in central Hong Kong. This is just like a few of the maps I did. And yeah, I was like attracted me was not only the naming of them, but also the stories behind all this naming. For example, there is a famous road, like for this one, the Hollywood Road in Hong Kong Island. It's actually has nothing to do with Hollywood in California. It was the first street built by the British colonists and said to be named after the second governor called John Davis, because he's fifth in Hollywood, and his title was Davis, Baroness of Hollywood. And also there are streets called Spring Garden, like this one, Spring Garden Lane, and Lyndhurst Terrace. This one is in Wan Chai, also kind of like in a city center area of Hong Kong, in Hong Kong Island. And they're both closely related to the prostitution industry, which blossomed in the 20th century Hong Kong as Shipping Crossroad. And some streets in a new community were named after trees to attract more young people to move in. The streets in the first high-end neighborhood, for example, this one, it is one of the streets in the first high-end neighborhood only for Chinese people. So in 2019, I developed all this, like, I call it Hong Kong Street Project, into a work called Fragrant Later Haven. And during the research of this project, I found that a lot of materials was referring to Grand Voyage, East Indian Company, South America, Southeast Asia, with such wider geological scope. And plant imperialism has already manifested in different aspects and different forms on different continents during different periods of colonization. Colonists actually learned very early on to control local production in ways they control plants. Yet sometimes we can easily find the similarities in the way the colonists treat their colonies. And the one of the example I usually bring about, which is, although like very superficial, is back in 1770, Lieutenant James Cook first landed near what is now to be Sydney, and two botanists came along the fleet. The names are Joseph Banks and Daniel Solander. So the Captain Cook planned to name the place Stingray Harbor, and then he changed his mind. According to his journal, he said the great quantity of plants Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander found in this place occasioned my giving it the name of Botany Bay. And when another completely different fleet first landed in Hong Kong, the small island was given the name Hong Kong, which means fragrant harbor. If it weren't for the fever in the plants back then, there wouldn't be botanists on the fleets, and we'll probably have totally different names for a lot of places in the worldwide. On the other hand, if you think about it, this way of naming, whether in Hong Kong or the colonists seem to have added a layer of protection to the colonial imperialist expansion. Colonists can call it Cook Bay or like Lyndhurst Terrace or Old George Bay in Hong Kong, but naming it was plant seems to eliminate and avoid a lot of consenting pride, instead adding a shade of beauty and dreaming, like dreamy fantasy, and will of course potentially reducing a lot of political resistance. So yeah, this is basically the background of creating this video work, Columbus of Horticulture. So for this work, I actually focused on this incredible profession cut plant hunter. They actually traveled with fleets to different continents around the world in search for plants that did not exist in Europe back then. The work is about plants that played an important role during colonial periods around the world. These plants are actually equivalent to different incidents related to plant imperialism. So in the work, I recreate the situation where numerous plant hunters on a newly discovered exotic island, and in the video you can probably can get to know like what kind of species I'm referring to. And also there are 4 objects on the floor, and they could be also seen as 4 species, but also can be seen as like 4 plant imperialism incidents. For example, the first one, the left one on this image, the white liquidy one in the dome, in the bigger dome, actually make a rubber tree. So when we think about rubber tree, we think of South Asia, but they're actually originated from South America. And the plant hunter Henry Wickman, he was a British explorer and biopirate, smuggled 70,000 rubber seed from Brazil in 1876. However, back then there was technically no law at the time forbidding their export, although there were kind of like requirements for export license, but he somehow like avoided. Those seeds were accompanied to the Kew Garden. From there, the seedlings were dispatched to British Ceylon, which is now Sri Lanka, British Malaysia, now Peninsula Malaysia and Singapore, Africa, and Jakarta in Indonesia, and other tropical destinations, thus dooming the Amazon rubber boom. This incident was said to be the first worldwide monopoly of a strategic resource in human history. And the British rubber industry in Southeast Asia met 95 of the world's rubber needs in the early 20th century and contribute hugely to the development of Britain after World War I. And the second object, the one on the right side of this image, is the tea tree seeds. They are actually the small round brown object. They are real green tea seeds. I actually got from mainland China. And back then, the East India Company believed that if the finest seedlings could be obtained together with the secrets of production of the whole industry, it could grow precious tea in British colony of India and control trade that dominated the 19th century economics. The task required a plant hunter, who is also can be a thief or a spy. So Robert Fortune was dispatched by the East India Company in 1848 to go to China to find the seeds of the tea trees. He spent several years traveling in China, and in multiple provinces, he finally brought thousands of tea tree seeds of different species to the botanical garden in Kolkata and then to Himalaya for planting. And later of the story were well known of it, that also bring an end to the China's monopoly on the tea industry. And the third one is, the whole sculpture is actually referring to the orchid fever, which I think probably is one of the most well-known phenomenon during that time. And the plant hunter I want to bring about is George Skinner. The appetite for the masses of orchid was fed by him. He was from Manchester and owned a huge estate in Guatemala. He's introduced nearly 100 new orchid varieties to UK, including the one that named after his name. So before he sent the samples to the UK, little was known about the botany situation in Central America country. So then the last species is called Primula Caroline Henria. And for this case, we need to talk about a couple. The names are Augustine Henry and Caroline Aldridge. The husband, Augustine Henry, was a plantman, also a plant hunter. He's best known for sending over 15,000 dry specimens and seed and 500 plant samples to Kew Garden in the United Kingdom. His marriage to his wife Caroline only lasted for about 3 years due to his wife's death of pneumonia. He later named the specimen Henry. The specimen he has like I mentioned, like 15,000 specimens. So he named one of the specimen number 10735 after his wife, and he named it. They're actually in this object. I have like 4 acrylic panel inserted into this object, and 3 of them has actual character on it. So this one, the one at the very right side is the front. Is the first one, and the first line of cross letters Carolina Henry is actually the name that Augustine Henry gave gave to the species after his late wife. And later, when the species was included in the section Primula, and the name became the second one, Primula henryi. Unfortunately, later found this name has already been taken, so there was given the new name, which is the third one, Primula Caroline henryi. A lot of books have described the excitement during that time when new continent, new island, new species of human being and plants were found, and people need to give them names. So as the person who found the species or the person who bring them back, plant hunters had great privilege to name those species after their own name. And Augustine Harry was, of course, one of them. There's a saying that during Grand Voyage, many years afterwards, were a time of masculine feast. Flowers nowadays are often depicted as a very feminine figure, and even from the naming of the flowers like this Primula Caroline henryi, although named after a woman, which is rare, to be honest, this practice is also a part of the celebration of the masculine feast. So yeah, basically that's the general idea on general stories and incident besides this Columbus of horticulture work. And I found that plant hunters have changed not only the appearance of our gardens, but also the distribution of plants on Earth. There is a study by Oxford University that pointed out half of the plant species we know were discovered by plant hunters. And in fact, many species were found by indigenous community a long time ago, and they made use of them already. But plant hunters not only found them, brought them back to Europe, but also made a circulation of them in the world. It's just like a lot of research saying that a lot of people already found America before Columbus did, but those are not recorded or at that time considered important, because only after Columbus voyage did globalization begin, and therefore plant hunters in the early days, they played as Columbus of horticulture. They inevitably became the precursor in the expansion of imperialism, and at the same time brought enormous economic benefits. And yeah, and in this expansion of imperialism, everyone was playing his role. What I found interesting was in the cases I mentioned, there are more cases out there, the plant hunters achieved their ambition not like with their own hands. It's not like that they're carrying all the seeds by themselves and onto the ship. They had a lot of help with indigenous local people. It was like for them, it was probably just a job that allows them to have a better living condition for a short period of time. But it feels like no matter the colonizer and the people in their colonies, everyone exists in this Greek garden with different roles to play. Some are owners, some are the viewers, some are the commenters, some brings new species to the Greek garden, but the people who actually making living on the species are not the exact owner of those of the garden. Yeah, I think that's all I want to share. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Vivi, for your very comprehensive and interesting presentation. Are there any questions for Vivi in the audience? If there are no questions, thank you, Vivi, and please stay tuned to the events that we'll be organizing throughout the Triennale. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
So I'm going to introduce the next speaker of the afternoon, and he is actually not an artist in the exhibition. He is somebody who we commissioned to write a literary piece for the publication that we're working on. We mentioned okay, so we are back. Sorry for this technical hiccup. So I was saying that, as we mentioned earlier, together with the exhibition, together with the catalog of the Triennale that we have available for the exhibition, we are also preparing a more comprehensive publication that is meant to follow several of the ideas that led us to build this exhibition, several ideas and intellectual threads that developed through the process of working on the exhibition. So as part of that publication, we invited Duong Man Hong to write a literary piece on 3 plants from Vietnam. And I think he will speak more about it. So just to introduce Hong, Hong is an independent translator and writer based in Vietnam, and his art practice weaves textual intricacy and visual subtlety to deliver responses and raise questions about the state of the world. Big task, that one, isn't it? So without further ado, I would like to invite Hong to speak to you.
Okay. Thank you, Cosmin. I'm going to share my screen now, and then I'm going to begin my presentation. Just real quick. Just a sec. Sorry, my laptop is posing a bit of a problem. I'll fix that real soon. Actually, my screen is experiencing a bit of a technical problem. Is it possible for the organizer to share the screen on my behalf? That would be great. Yeah, I just set the screen in the... Oh, so you can't share my slides. No, that's dandy. Oh, okay. Hi, can everyone see the screen that I just shared? Or what else do I need to do to? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Sorry for the technical hiccups. So without any further ado, I'm going to start my presentation and sharing. Well, thank you everyone for coming to the talk today on a lovely afternoon in Nepal. I would first like to thank Cosmin, Shilasha, Hitman Apurva, and the KT, the Kathmandu Triennale team, and respective sponsors and partners for putting up a spectacular piece and to allow me the chance to be a part of it. When voices from south to south, meeting below the wind, under the sea, it's always an encounter of marvels. I want to open up this talk with the title of a book by Michael Pollan that I'm currently translating into Vietnamese, Botany of Desires. So for as long as humans can remember, we have forged a relationship with plants and nature, a co-evolution, to borrow Pollan's words, where one species invokes a response to the desires of the other. That co-evolutionary process inevitably leaves both humans and plants forever altered. This sets the tone very nicely for the fictive task that I undertook for the publication of Gardens of Six Seasons, which is currently on display in Taragaon Museum in Buda. So when Cosmin approached me to ask me to contribute a writing piece to the publication as a writer and translator, not as an artist or researcher, I gave the image of the garden some thoughts and decided that I wanted to create a fictional triptych, a triad of speculative fiction that reveals the darkest desires of human hearts, all told through perspectives of plants or hybridized creatures. Or after all, isn't a garden also a cornucopia of earthly desires, taste, smell, touch, sight, and the list goes on. And luckily, Cosmin and Apurva loved the idea, and together we started building. Next slide, please. Yeah, that one. Thank you. So I want to begin with this painting of the 16th century Flemish painter, Jan Bruegel, depicting a historical moment in Holland where everybody lost their mind over tulips. Dubbed tulipomania, this satirical period marked a time where you could exchange a bulk of tulip for a whole house by the Amsterdam Canal, where schoolmasters and beggars alike were relinquishing their trade to become tulip cultivators, and where botanical aesthetics has a brief affair with capitalistic frenzy. People were deploying one superstition after another to attain the mystical broken petal tulip, a rare cultivar with flame-like patterns on their petals due to a virus that caused the pigments to break. Of course, like any frenzy, the mania eventually self-combusted and people started writing books to decry the evil tulip, comparing it to the salacious goddess Flora, who lures many lovers into providing her a life of luxury. So while reading all of these accounts and the book, I cannot help but wonder, but what about the flowers? Don't they have a say in what happened? Would history, well, human history at least, benefit from a plant eye view of what happened? Next slide, please. So that is a departing point for my triptych. 3 stories that tell fragments of our history from the perspective of plants. My selection of the plants is based on species that share a history with Vietnam, where I was born and am now based, but the message is intended for a larger, more global audience. The 3 plants selected are coffee, so from left to right. So coffee, lacquer tree, and lantana camara. So coffee invokes a sense of the colonial past, where the French colonists built plantations in the central highlands of Vietnam on the back of indigenous people. So it hence a desire for conquer and intoxication, but also a call for liberation. The lacquer tree refers to a form of painting unique to Vietnam, where traditional materials blended with Western techniques to express a desire for aesthetics and modernism, but also an allusion to disintegrations. And finally, Lantana camara, a contemporary weed that travels from Central America to Vietnam, weaves a tale of migration and the margins, a desire for connection and a hopeful future. Next slide, please. So together, the three plants tell the tale of the downfall of a nation, an impending apocalypse that finally unleashed, and a homecoming after the dust has settled. Employing the language of speculative fiction, I dreamed a world post-apocalypse. Mind you, I wrote this during a COVID lockdown in Vietnam. Your imagination tends to run to dark places while in confinement. Where the virus has wiped us out, left the world in a new, clean slate where hybridized creatures rule the planet. I also borrowed elements of Greek mythology for the titles to invoke fantastical beasts so feared by us mortals, perhaps because we see in them the part of us that we wish to hide. So Hydra, Chimera, and Medusa, all hybrids, all powerful, all tragic, just like my protagonists. Next slide, please. Okay, so however, as I mentioned, I'm not only a writer, but also a translator. In fact, that remains my singular trait in life. So it is inevitable when I write, for me to write something and not translate it. It just doesn't occur to me. The idea that stories can sound, taste, and feel differently between languages is tantalizing, too good to pass up. Thus, my own desires for melody and words has manifested in the forms of blended sentences, where one language intercepts one another, trying to tell their parts of the story, sometimes in harmony, sometimes not. And I deployed French and Spanish, one a decolonial claim, and the other a reimagined fantasy. The horse of the masters now carried me to my destinations, like Adrian Rich has said. This is the oppressor's language, yet I needed to talk to you. Next slide, please. And my translation is not purely linguistically oriented. So I have invited, I'm also interested in intertextual, so moving from one form of expressions of energy to another. So I've invited Iggy Dap, one of a Vietnamese artist friend, who read my story, envisioned it with me, and translated their energy into visual manifestations. So each of the illustrations and artwork that you see on the screen correspond to one story and one plant. And while it certainly was difficult for an artist to somewhat bend his will to a script, and I'm a structuralist, so I left no messy corner, all things very organized and pulled quite tight. Iggy found a way to release the energy of the stories, and I found a way to accept his translations of my words into visual forms. We call the process harmony and chaos as we work together. The next slide, please. And to further flip the power paradigm of lingua franca, I invited Adrian Jomilang, another musician, poet friend from the Kayan people of Sarawak, East Malaysia, to translate from my English into his Kayan. It is fitting too that he translated the coffee story, the first of the three of the triptych, where an uprising from the highlands took the metropolis in the form of a curse. His Kayan laying on top of English, suppressing it while borrowing from it, a constant struggle for recognition and longevity. All will be played out in the design of the book, of the publication, where Kayan is printed on transparent paper to overlay the English, covering it fully, absorbing it to the last syllable. Next slide, please. And the last one. So to wrap this all up, I know there's a lot of text, but forgive me, I'm a writer. So all I can show you is text and words and my feelings. So to wrap this up, I would like to read a short excerpt from my last story in the triptych, but the first to be written, the story of Lantana Camara. While the pandemic raged on, un terremoto catastrófico reached across the Pacific Ocean, opening una cima profunda on the continental shelf. From within Earth's core, a cloud of sickly yellow gas permeated the water and slowly poisoned todas las criaturas marinas. The ocean became sulfúrico, fatal. The glass cloud ballooned up, emerged from the water, evaporated into air before creeping into the last humans. It caused their lungs to constrict to the point of autodestrucción, dissolve their inner organs, and solidify their blood into tar. The calamitous cloud lent a lethal hand to the plague, officially ringing in la cosecha por todo lo que queda de la humanidad. Earth is no longer home for humans. The death bell has tolled por su éxodo masivo. They had to force your father out of the laboratory, dragging him to the spaceship. I could only stand there, watching him cry and beg, por favor, déjame quedar con ella. But it was to no avail. They needed the newly hybridized genetic materials. And I was merely X19714, stubborn, fit for abandonment. An inanimate otra, una mala hierba. Te voy a encontrar, Lantana. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for helping me with the technical issues. Thank you so much. Thank you all for listening and being here.
Thank you, Hong, for the beautiful presentation, and we can't wait to have the book out, so for the entirety of your text to be available to the public. Any questions? If there are no questions, a big thank you to Hong. We're going to move forward. We have a long day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please stay tuned. So the next speaker of the day is Sunita Maharjan, and Sunita, big applause. And you can see Sunita's beautiful works also here at the Taragaon. So you can see her intervention in the garden just over there, and also like her work in the main block of the building. Sunita was one of the 3 artists we invited to intervene in the garden itself, to either plant or design or refer in any way to the park itself. And Sunita is a visual artist and art educator based here in Kathmandu. She's one of the founding members of Triennale, a non-for-profit organization dedicated in arts and education, and a co-founder of the drawing room KTM. She is a graduate of the MA program in visual arts and design from the Beacon House National University in Lahore in Pakistan. And she has exhibited in various institutions, and from Serendipity to Siddhartha Art Gallery here. And she has been also actively participating in many other exhibitions, workshops, and residencies. So without further ado, I would like to invite Sunita to speak to us in person this time.
Thank you, Gasmin. And thank you, Kathmandu Triennale team. And yeah, okay. So I'm going to speak in Nepali. So sorry if someone can't understand. So maybe we can talk individually also later. Yeah. So आजको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा म तारागाउँमा भएको कामको बारेमा प्लस यो कामसँग रिलेटेड आइडियामा चाहिँ अब मैले गरेको अरू कामहरू जुन अहिलेको काम बुझ्नलाई अलिकति हेल्प पनि हुन्छ So, and I also want to share some other works. So, यो थिममा काम गरेको most of the works are related, हैन, तर यसमा गरेको कामको पोइन्टहरु सम भन्नु पर्दाखेरि बेसिकली चाहिँ मेरो काम एउटा नेचर र ह्युमन इन्टरेक्सन सँग, हैन, ह्युमन बिहेभियर सँग को कन्भर्सेसन को बेसमा छ, हैन. अनि काममा चाहिँ बढी द डायलग बिट्विन मटेरियल्स, द मेकिङ प्रोसेस एन्ड द फोर्स अफ नेचर. सो यो तीनटा कुराको कन्भर्सेसनलाई चाहिँ म बढी एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गर्छु. सो एउटा आइडियामा रहेर अर्को डिफ्रेन्ट मिडियमहरूलाई चाहिँ म चाहिँ एक्सप्लोर गर्छु. सो एन्ड म चाहिँ एज रिप्रेजेन्ट, सो मैले गर्ने हरेक काम चाहिँ एज अ ह्युमनको रिप्रेजेन्ट भएर मैले गर्ने हरेक एक्सन, अनि प्लस चाहिँ सो मेरो लागि चाहिँ मैले गरेको केही एक्सन पछिको रेस्पोन्ड, सो नेचरबाटको रेस्पोन्ड चाहिँ मेरो लागि एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ. सो त्योबाट भएको फर्म चाहिँ मेरो काम हो, हैन. यसमा चाहिँ प्रोसेस इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ, मेनली मेकिङ प्रोसेस एन्ड द रेस्पोन्ड अफ नेचर and the materials. So materials as physical पनि हो, some emotional attachment, अनि plus time सँग पनि एकदम related छ. So next. So यो काम अहिले तारागाउँमा देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ. So the overall idea त्यही बेसमा छ, प्लस यसको अर्को पार्ट मैले भन्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो काम आएको कारण चाहिँ सो अहिले म चाहिँ मेरो फ्यामिली ब्याकग्राउन्ड चाहिँ फार्मिङ हो र मेरो चाइल्डहुड पनि अब फार्मिङ रिलेटेड, हैन. खेतमा जाने, आमासँग बस्ने, अनि खेतमा भएको सामानहरुसँग खेल्ने, सो त्यसरी सो मेरो एट्याचमेन्ट चाहिँ त्योसँग छ. प्लस यसमा कन्ट्रास्ट कुरा के छ भने म जतिको मेरो मेमोरीहरु त्योसँग एट्याच छ त्यति नै म त्यो फिल्डबाट त्यो ब्याकग्राउन्डबाट त्यति नै टाढा पनि छु, किनकि मलाई फार्मिङ आउँदैन, हैन. अनेस्टली भन्नुपर्दाखेरि मैले गर्न सक्दिनँ, डिफ्रेन्ट रिजनहरु हुन्छ त्यसमा. अब पोलिटिकल प्लस अहिलेको इन्भाइरोमेन्ट, मेरो प्रोफेसनको हिसाबले पनि, हैन, त्यसलाई म गर्न सक्दिनँ. सो एट्याचमेन्ट र डिट्याचमेन्ट प्लस सो अहिलेको जुन हाम्रो ल्यान्डसँगको एक्चुअल सोइलसँगको डिस्टेन्सको बारेमा चाहिँ यो काम हो. सिम्पल मटेरियल्स एकदम पिलरको हिसाबमा छ, अनि माथि चाहिँ मैले विथ ग्रास भन्दा पनि गहुँलाई युज गरेको छु, गहुँलाई प्लान्ट गरेको छु एज अब धान र गहुँ भनेको हाम्रो एकदम मेन क्रप्स, हैन, लार्ज स्केलमा प्लान्ट गर्ने क्रप्स. अनि प्लस चाहिँ म एउटा सानो मेरो आमासँगको इन्टरेक्सनमा चाहिँ त आमा चाहिँ पुरा लाइफ खेतमै बिताउनु भयो, खेतमै दिनभरि काम नै खेतमा हो, बिहानदेखि बेलुकासम्म. अनि अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो खेतहरू छैन, अनि काम चाहिँ त्यति फिजिकली पनि गर्न सक्नुहुन्न, प्लस खेत पनि छैन. सो उहाँले चाहिँ एकदम खुसी भएर चाहिँ सेयर गर्नुभएको थियो कि मैले त हाम्रो कौसीमा के जौ रोपेको छु अनि राम्रोसँग उम्रिरहेछ. सो त्यो एउटा एक्सन अब साँच्चैको त्यसले खान पुग्ने त होइन, तर त्यो एउटा एक्सन चाहिँ सेटिस्फाईको लागि एउटा एट्याचमेन्टबाट आएको एक्सन चाहिँ मलाई एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ लाग्यो, हैन. सो मलाई एकदम टच्ड पनि लाग्यो. सो त्योसँग बेस भएर चाहिँ यो काम भएको. सो त्यो काम आउनको लागि चाहिँ गरेको ड्रइङहरू जुन मैले एकदम अगाडि गरेको ड्रइङ पनि छ, हैन, 2019. सो अहिले रिसेन्टली गरेको ड्रइङहरू पनि छ. सो भिजुअल्ली इमेजिन गर्नलाई चाहिँ म ड्रइङ गर्छु, त्यसलाई एक्सप्यान्ड गर्दा कस्तो देख्छ, सानो गर्दा कस्तो देख्छ, डिफ्रेन्ट भ्यू पोइन्टबाट कस्तो देखिन्छ होला. नेक्स्ट. सो यो काम पनि तारागाउँमा छ. यो पनि ओभरअल सेम आइडिया प्लस यसमा चाहिँ 3 च्यानल भिडियो, जसमा चाहिँ मैले रिपिटेडली एउटै एक्सन रिपिट गरिरहेको छु सो मेस छ अनि मेसमा चाहिँ एउटा लाइन बनाइरहेको छु सो टाइटल पनि एक्ट अफ फाइन्डिङ लाइन सो लाइन पनि मैले स्ट्रेटमा गइरहेको छु अनि सेम सो आइडिया चाहिँ अब यसमा स्पेसिफिक भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो जुन ह्युमन टेन्डेन्सी छ कुनै पर्टिकुलर लाइन सोचेको लाइन होइन सो अर्ग्यानिक एकदम अर्ग्यानिक आएको लाइन भन्दा पनि एउटा डिरेक्सनमा फलो गरेर सो एङ्गुलर लाइनहरू बनाउने प्लस यो ग्रिड लाइन पनि एक हिसाबले हाम्रो मान्छेको इन्भेन्सनको रूपमै लिन्छ मेस मटेरियल्सलाई प्लस ग्रिड ब्लक्सहरूलाई पनि सो हरेक इमेज ब्लक्समा बनेको हुन्छ भनेर जुन हामी जुन चाहिँ इन्भेन्सनको कुराहरूलाई रिलेट गरेर चाहिँ मटेरियल युज गरेको छु अनि फ्लोरमा चाहिँ त्यो ड्रप्स भइरहेछ सो नेचुरली या नेक्स्ट सो यो एक्चुअल फोटोग्राफ प्लस पेन्टिङ हो होइन यसमा चाहिँ नेक्स्ट यो चाहिँ इन्स्टलेसन सो यो प्लास्टिक मेसमा मैले पुरा धान त्यो लाइन त्यो ब्लक्समै पुरा कभर गरेको थिएँ अनि त्यसलाई त्यो जुन मटेरियल चाहिँ हेर्दाखेरि मेस देख्छ तर फेब्रिक जस्तो फ्लोवाला मटेरियल थियो र त्यसलाई ह्याङ गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सो अर्को खालको लाइनहरू अलिकति अर्ग्यानिक लाइनहरू भन्ने सो स्ट्रेट लाइन सो ब्लक्स र अर्ग्यानिक लाइन बिचको दुईवटा कम्बिनेसनलाई चाहिँ एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गरेको हो सो यो काम सो डिफ्रेन्ट पार्ट्समा छ यसमा पनि गहुँ प्लान्ट गरेको थिएँ मैले सो यो यसमा चाहिँ यो माटोहरू मैले डिफ्रेन्ट ठाउँबाट कलेक्ट गरेको थिएँ सो यो लकडाउन पिरियडमा थियो सो माटो चाहिँ मैले उबरबाट साथीहरूले चाहिँ उबरबाट पठाउँथे मलाई आफ्नो घर बाहिरको अनि मैले पनि गएर कलेक्ट गरेँ एक्चुअली मैले पाकिस्तानमा गरेको यो काम अनि सो त्यो कलेक्ट गरेको माटोहरू चाहिँ डिफ्रेन्ट राखेर हरेक पटमा चाहिँ 10-10वटा गहुँको सिडहरू छरेको थिएँ र यसलाई मैले दिनदिनै पानी मात्रै हाल्ने अरू केही पनि नगर्ने अनि पछि उम्रिँदाखेरि चाहिँ एक त यसमा प्लान्ट एउटै तरिकाले उम्रेन होइन कुनैमा थोरै कुनैमा लामो अनि प्लस माटोमा अर्को भएको सिड्सहरू पनि उम्रेको थियो कुनैमा खाना कुनैमा घाँस सो त्यो जे छ त्यही गरेको थिएँ मैले यो काममा यो चाहिँ ग्रो भएको प्रोसेस भयो सो पछि चाहिँ यो गहुँ मात्र बाँकी भएथ्यो सो नेक्स्ट यो पनि सो मलाई टाइम चाहिँ एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट लाग्छ कि कहिले गरेको काम होइन सो यो पनि एकदम फर्स्ट लकडाउनमा सो लकडाउन हुँदाखेरि अब युनिभर्सिटीमा अहिले 2 बजेसम्म पनि लकडाउन हुन्छ भन्ने थाहा थिएन एकैचोटि 4 बजेपछि चाहिँ भोलिदेखि लकडाउन भनेर बन्द भयो सो मटेरियल्सहरू केही पनि थिएन अनि युनिभर्सिटीमा चाहिँ अब होल युनिभर्सिटीमा जब 10 जना स्टुडेन्ट मात्रै थियो सब गए थियो होइन काम गर्नलाई सामानहरू थिएन अनि त्यो सिचुएसनमा चाहिँ आएको कामहरू हो यसमा चाहिँ मैले 1 महिना लगभग 1 महिनासम्म सो त्यो ग्राउन्डलाई चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ एउटा डस्टबिन लिड भेटाएँ सो ग्राउन्डलाई चाहिँ मैले पुरा कभर गरेको थिएँ त्यो डस्टबिन लिडले र हरेक दिन फोटो खिच्ने र त्यसमा चाहिँ फर्म बिस्तारै डेभलप भएर गइरहेको यसमा चाहिँ पुरै टाइम अनुसार क्रोनोलोजिकली छ होइन पहिलाको फर्म सेकेन्ड फोटो खिच्दाखेरिको फर्म अनि बिस्तारै बिचमा एकदम फर्म भयो अनि लास्टमा चाहिँ फेरि हराउँदै गयो एज जुन हामी फोर्स लगाउँछौँ केही बनाउनमा होइन हाम्रो बिहेभियर केही मेकिङ कुनै फर्मलाई पर्टिकुलर सोचेको फर्ममा बनाउने जुन फोर्स अनि प्लस त्यसको रेस्पोन्डमा नेचरले गर्ने फोर्स सो त्यो दुइटैको इन्टरेक्सनले बनेको फर्म चाहिँ त्यसको हिसाबले मैले ट्राई गरेको थिएँ सो सम डिटेल्स इमेज चाहिँ सो ग्राउन्डमा मैले सामानहरू केही पनि थिएन अनि अब आफ्नो आइडिया अनुसार कसरी काम गर्न मिल्छ हैन त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ यो डस्टबिन लिड प्लस मलाई आइडियाको हिसाबले त्यो जुन प्लास्टिक मटेरियल जसले चाहिँ कामलाई हावालाई पुरा छेक्न सक्छ हैन त्यो भएकोले सो डस्टबिन लिड चाहिँ मैले त्यसरी 35-40 वटा जति थियो अनि मैले पुरा ग्राउन्डमा अनि यो काम पोसिबल भएको कारण पनि कोही पनि थिएन यसलाई चलाउने प्लस त्यो भएर पनि पोसिबल भयो थियो कोही मान्छे थिएन चलाउने सो मैले मात्रै निकालेर हेर्न मिल्छ अनि फेरि राख्न मिल्छ सो एउटा यो अर्को यो एक्सपेरिमेन्ट जस्तै ग्राउन्डमा चाहिँ यो क्रिकेट ग्राउन्ड युनिभर्सिटीको अनि पानी परेपछि बिहान चाहिँ त्यो सुकेको घाँसहरू सबै जम्मा भएर एक ठाउँमा एउटा लेयर बसेको थियो सो त्यो लेयरलाई मैले नेक्स्ट गर्न पनि मिल्छ यसमा नि अर्कोमा अझ बढी देखिन्छ होला सो त्यो लेयरलाई चाहिँ मैले बिस्तारै निकालेर अर्को ठाउँमा प्लेस गरेर एरेन्ज गरेको सो इट्स लाइक फर्म एन्ड डिफर्मको आइडिया केही बनाउने चिज केही बिगार्ने चिज अनि फेरि बनाउने चिज सो त्यसलाई चाहिँ ट्राई गरेको सो अर्को काम चाहिँ कलेक्सनसँग अहिलेको आउने दुईटा काम चाहिँ कलेक्सनसँग रिलेटेड छ सो मैले त्यहाँ भएको नेचुरल चिजहरू कलेक्ट गरेको र यो इन्स्टलेसनमा चाहिँ एउटा बक्समा एज यो सो यो सामान हामी कहिलेसम्म स्टोर गर्न सक्छौँ सो एज ह्युमन बिहेभियरलाई नै लिएर सो हामीलाई चाहिने चिजहरू कलेक्ट गर्ने सो त्यसलाई कति लामोसम्म प्रिजर्भ गर्न सकिन्छ आफ्नो लागि आफ्नो फ्युचरको लागि सो त्यसलाई अलि मेटाफोरिकली रूपमा लिफ डिफ्रेन्ट टाइप्सको लिफहरू घाँसहरू लिएर चाहिँ बक्सहरूमा राखेर इन्स्टल गरेको थिएँ नेक्स्ट सो सेम सो कलेक्सन र स्टोरको आइडियालाई लिएर एउटा बोरामा मैले सो त्यहाँ चाहिँ अब सो मटेरियल भनेकै मलाई एकदम ठुलो स्केलमा बनाउनको लागि एकदम मैले सजिलै पाउने मटेरियल भनेको त्यहाँको लागि घाँस हो होइन जुन दिन हप्तामा एकचोटि कट गरेर पुरा थुप्रो जम्मा हुन्छ सो त्यसलाई लिएर मैले चाहिँ अब हप्तामा एकचोटि पाएको सबैहरू कलेक्ट गरेर यसमा हाल्ने गरेर चाहिँ इन्स्टल गरेको थिएँ सो पछि चाहिँ यो चाहिँ इन्स्टल गरेको फोटो भयो नि पछि चाहिँ त्यो आफै फेरि त्यही बिलाए थियो सो त्यो ड्रइङ्स भयो होइन टाइम छ कति र सो अर्को लास्ट सिरिजको बारेमा म अलिकति भन्छु अनि फोटोहरू मात्रै होइन यो लास्ट सिरिज नै हो यसमा चाहिँ मैले टुल सिरिजमा गरेको कामहरू छ जसमा चाहिँ अब 3टा खालको बढी कामहरू छ सो ग्रोइङ टुल्स अनि ग्रास टुल्स र सफ्ट टुल्स छ अनि यसको सो टुल्सलाई लिनुको कारण टुल्स एक हिसाबले हामीले हाम्रो लाइफको लागि सजिलोको लागि बनाएको होइन सामान सो त्यो भएर त्यसको सेप त्यसको फङ्सन त्यो कारणले त्यो नेक्स्ट गर्न पनि मिल्छ अनि सो ग्रोइङ टुल्समा चाहिँ मैले अलिकति कम्बाइन गरेर सो हाफ चाहिँ त्यो ग्रासलाई पुरा बाइन्ड गरेर ह्यान्डलहरू बनाएको छु अनि यताको चाहिँ पुरा सोइल र त्यसमा तान उमारेको थिएँ मैले सो त्यो चाहिँ अब ग्रो हुँदाखेरि होइन जस्तो टाइमसँगै त्यो सेपहरू चेन्ज हुने सो हाम्रो फोर्स चाहिँ जहिले पनि हामीले सोचेको फर्मलाई एज इट इज राख्ने होइन हाम्रो ट्राई चाहिँ जहिले पनि त्यही हुने र प्लस त्यसमा चाहिँ नेचरले कसरी रेस्पोन्ड गर्छ वेदरले कसरी रेस्पोन्ड गर्छ सिजनले कसरी रेस्पोन्ड गर्छ अनि सो फिजिकल वर्क पनि सो ड्रइङ चाहिँ युजली म इमेजिन गर्नलाई पनि गर्छु प्लस अब फिजिकली केही काम गर्न गाह्रो हुँदाखेरि होइन त्यो बेला चाहिँ अनि मैले ड्रइङहरू धेरै गरेँ जुन ड्रइङहरू चाहिँ मैले फिजिकली बनाएँ त कुनै चाहिँ बनाइनँ सो यो चाहिँ ग्रास रोलर अनि यसमा यो चाहिँ ग्रास प्लस फ्लोर ग्लु युज गरेँ थिएँ सो पहिला चाहिँ सो टुल्स युज गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब यो जस्तै हेयर प्लकर थ्रेड कटर जुन सानो सानो कुरा काट्ने होइन त्यो सामानहरू चाहिँ अब गरेर चाहिँ पछि चाहिँ त्यसको त्यो वेदर अनुसार चेन्ज भएर गएको सेपहरू सो मटेरियल्समा चाहिँ अब मटेरियलहरू डिफ्रेन्ट ट्राई गरिरहेको थिएँ यो चाहिँ स्टकिङ होइन ट्रान्सप्यारेन्ट स्टकिङ मटेरियल अनि प्लस त्यसमा ग्रासहरू सबै स्टफ गरेर फ्लेक्सिबल टुल्सहरू बनाएको थिएँ यो चाहिँ मैले कल्टिभेटरलाई लिएर बनाएको थिएँ होइन सो सुरुमा ड्रइङ गरेको थिएँ अनि मैले यो पछि कराचीमा रेजिडेन्समा हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ गर्ने मौका पाएँ सो यो चाहिँ मैले ड्रइङ गरेको थिएँ जुन 2020मा ड्रइङ गरेको थिएँ अनि 2021मा चाहिँ यसको फिजिकल पुरा फर्म बनाएको थिएँ यसको जोइन गर्न अगाडिको पार्ट्सहरू यसरी स्टफ गरेर गरेको थिएँ काँसहरू सो यसमा अनि यो चाहिँ ड्रइङ जुन ड्रइङ मात्रै छ या थ्याङ्क यू मेरो लास्ट केही क्वेसन छ भने चाहिँ
सो थ्याङ्क यू प्रेजेन्टेसन धेरै राम्रो लाग्यो तर मलाई सोध्न मन लागेको चाहिँ हामीसँग धेरै सिट्सहरू छन् अथवा गाउँ मात्रै नै किन लियो भन्ने खालको एउटा क्वेसन मेरो त्यो छ र जस्तै अब हामीले घाँस तपाईँले घाँसलाई मात्र नै काट्ने भनेर जुन एउटा मेटेरियल्स दिनुभयो नि त्यहाँ मस्ट बी पाउने एउटा त्यही घाँस नै होला सायद त्योभन्दा बाहेक अर्को केही सोच्नु भएको छ भने त्यो पनि एक्चुअली बुझ्न पाए हुन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले मात्र हो थ्याङ्क यू
सो धान र गहुँ युज गर्नुको कारणमा चाहिँ धान र गहुँ काठमाडौँको हिसाबले प्लस नेपालको हिसाबले मेन फसल हो होइन जुन चाहिँ वर्षको आधा वर्ष लाग्छ र सर्टेन त्यो टाइममा अनि सबैले फार्मिङ मेन म काठमाडौँको भएकोले होइन मेरो घरसँग पनि रिलेट भएकोहरूले त्यो मेन क्रप्स भएको कारणले पनि हो अनि प्लस त्यो चाहिँ लार्ज क्वान्टिटीमा गर्ने हो नि त जस्तो अहिले टेरेस गार्डनिङ एकदम चलेको छ किनकि ठाउँ हामीसँग कम छ सो टेरेस गार्डनिङमा बढी चाहिँ अब तरकारीहरू हुन्छ किन भन्दाखेरि त्यो थोरै एमाउन्टमा डेली युज गर्नलाई गर्न मिल्ने भयो अनि प्लस त्यो छोटो टाइममा हुने भयो तर यो क्रप्सहरू चाहिँ अब यो थोरैले पुग्दैन धेरै एमाउन्टमा गर्नुपर्छ अनि धेरै टाइममा गर्नुपर्छ होइन धेरै टाइम चाहिन्छ यसलाई अनि यो त्यो जुन स्ट्रक्चरमा मैले गर्नुको कारण चाहिँ मैले स्ट्रक्चर बनाएको छु एक हिसाबले गमलामा अब गहुँ रोप्दाखेरि एक त गमला भनेको के हो गमलामा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले एस्थेटिक हिसाबले राम्रो बनाउनलाई होइन पछि चाहिँ अब ल राम्रो बनाउनुको साथसाथै युजफुल कुराहरू पनि गरौँ भनेर तरकारीहरू रोप्यो नि त तर गहुँ र धान जस्तो फसललाई चाहिँ अब त्यतिले त त्यो जुन मैले भने नि केही हामीले गर्ने एक्ट चाहिँ सेटिस्फाईको लागि मात्र गर्ने जस्तो हैन त्यसले कतिको फुलफिल गर्छ र हाम्रो अनि अर्को अब अर्को मटेरियल के चलाउन मिल्छ भन्नेमा चाहिँ त्यसमा त धेरै पोसिबिलिटीहरू हुन्छ मान्छे अनुसारको पोसिबिलिटी हुन्छ हैन जस्तो मैले त्यो टाइममा मेरो लागि एउटा लार्ज स्केल काम गर्नलाई त्यो सजिलै पाएको सामान हैन जुन युज गरे सायद अर्को टाइममा अर्को सामान हुन सक्छ होला सो त्यसको त त्यो पोसिबिलिटी कुनै दायरा नै छैन सो मटेरियल भनेको त टाइम अनुसार खोज्दै जाने चिज हो जस्तो लाग्छ Thank you.
We're going to start now. We're going to welcome Sanghari Sanskritik Pariwar from Deokhur. They're going to perform Jhumra Nach. Dances like the Jhumra and Hudunga were primarily performed by men who dresses as women. Such dances were often presented during Nautanki, a night of entertainment in villages or regional fairs, sometimes lasting for hours. For the past 2 decades, women have also taken on the role of Jhumra dancers. However, there has been a simultaneous decline in male dance troupes. Lalta Chaudhary and his troupe from Deokhuri, Sanghari Sanskritik Pariwar, are one of the last remaining all-male performers. They have also been active in teaching and transferring dance skill to many women groups. Unfortunately, they have often faced discrimination and ridicule for preserving the very aspect of Tharu culture. Dances such as Jhumra show the ever-changing nature of gender norms in society. Lalta Chaudhary has been performing the Jhumra since he was a child, but only saw women performing after adulthood. Negotiations are ongoing in villages in terms of the continuation and significance of all-male performance. And we're going to welcome the team. धन्यवाद धन्यवाद लालचाजी सँगै Kopila Tharuji. I'd like to welcome Kopila Tharuji. He's a writer, researcher, and extremely instrumental in preserving Tharu art and culture and Tharu literature. Kopilaji र लालटाजीलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो यो लालटाजीबाट सुरु गरेर चाहिँ हाम्रो यो परिवारको बारे हामी तपाईको सदस्यको बारे चाहिँ अलिकति सानो भनिदिनु अनि जब हामी भेटेको थियौं अब धेरैचोटी हामीले हाम्रो अब यो सम्बन्ध बढ्दै गयो अनि हामीले तपाईले चाहिँ यो चाहिँ काठमाडौँमा किन आवश्यक छ यसलाई चाहिँ यो एन्टरटेनमेन्टको रूपमा मात्र हेर्नु मिल्दैन र काठमाडौँको अडियन्सलाई पनि देखाउन किन आवश्यक छ भनेर तपाईले भन्नुभएको थियो र यो नाचको बारे पनि एकचोटी अलिकति भनिदिनु होला अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ कोपिलाजीले पनि त्यो तपाईको आफ्नै ठाउँको नाच भयो र त्यहाँको च्यालेन्जेसहरु त्यहाँको अहिले चेन्ज भएको परिस्थितिहरु र तपाईको आफ्नै स्ट्रगलहरुको बारे पनि अलिकति
धन्यवाद काठमाडौँ ट्रेनलाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु वास्तवमा यो थारू समुदाय विशेष गरेर 22 वटा जिल्ला नेपालको तराईका 22 वटा अहिले त उदयपुर सहितको 23 वटा जिल्ला भन्छ काठमाडौँ र पोखरा लगायत 24-25 वटा जिल्ला पनि अहिले थारू समुदायको बसोबास छ भन्ने चाहिँ पछिल्लो क्रममा हाम्रो समुदायले चाहिँ तथ्याङ्क पेश गर्ने क्रममा चाहिँ कुराहरू भन्ने गर्छ र हामी थारू समुदायमा विशेष गरेर यो गीतहरू नाचहरू हेर्ने बेला अरू समुदाय भन्दा हामीलाई लाग्छ अरू समुदायको नाच भन्दा या अरू समुदायसँग जोडिएका विभिन्न विषयहरू या सन्दर्भहरू हेर्ने बेला निकै पृथक सन्दर्भहरू निकै पृथक नृत्यहरू कलाहरू प्रस्तुत गरिएको पाइन्छ र विशेष गरेर थारू समुदाय प्रकृतिसँग जोडिएका यसका प्रत्येक गीतहरू हामीले यसभन्दा 10-12 वर्ष गीतको विषयमा यो अनुसन्धान गर्ने बेला 60-70 भन्दा बढी नामका गीतहरू छन्। ती गीतहरू सबै गीतमा कस्तो भने समय अनुसारको प्रत्येक समय अनुसार हामी अहिले भर्खरै हेरौँ यो झुम्रा नाच हो। विशेष गरेर यो झुम्रा नाच यो रूपन्देहीदेखि कञ्चनपुरसम्मको थारू समुदायमा विशेष अलि बढी नाच्ने प्रचलन छ र यो रूपन्देहीदेखि पश्चिमकै थारूहरूले विशेष नाच्ने नाच हो। र यो नाचमा पनि अब यो झुम्रा नाच हामी हेर्ने बेलामा कसैलाई लाग्न सक्छ यो नाच एउटै गीतमा या एकै प्रकारका गीतहरू हुन्छन् जस्तो लाग्छ, तर त्यस्तो होइन। यो गीत गाउने बेला यसका सन्दर्भहरू, यसका विषयवस्तुहरू धेरै फरक छन्। जस्तै हामी अहिले भर्खरै हेऱ्यौँ यो नाच भनेको दिउँसो हामी दिन नचुवा नाच भन्छौँ। यो दिउँसो नाचिने नाच र यो गीत जुन छ, यो गीत हामी 2 घन्टापछि यो नाचको अब जुन नाचिने कला छ र गीतको सन्दर्भहरू फेरिन्छ। प्रत्येक 2-2 घन्टामा फेरिन्छ। जस्तै राति नाच रसनचुवा नाचहरू हुन्छ, अनि मध्यरातमा अधरचिया नाच हुन्छ, अनि त्यसपछि बिहान भयो भने बिहानीय हुन्छ, भिनसरिया हुन्छ। यस्तै विभिन्न उसमा चाहिँ जस्तै अहिले एकदमै दिउँसो अनि साँझ राति यो नाच्ने क्रममा अलि बढी उत्साहजनक नाचहरू हुन्छ कि यो झुम्रा नाचमा। अनि अलि मध्यरात भयो भने त्यो गीतमा पनि अलि मधुर किसिमका हाम्रो यो गीतहरू हुन्छ र नाच पनि अब हेर्ने बेला साँच्चीकै अब मध्यरात भयो भने त्यो समयको यसो परिकल्पना गर्ने हो भने कस्तो हुन्छ भने एकदम सुनसान रातमा अनि त्यो एकदम मधुर आवाजका गीतहरू र नाच्ने त्यो शैलीहरू पनि एकदमै सुस्त गतिमा चाहिँ त्यो झरिरहेको हुन्छ। बिहानसम्म कस्तो हुन्छ भने अब धेरै कुरा वैज्ञानिक रूपमा पनि कस्तो भने बिहान अब रातभरि नाचेको जुन यो नाच्ने कलाकारहरू हो, रातभरि नाच्दाखेरि अब यो शरीर पनि शिथिल हुँदै जाँदा पनि त्यस्तो आउन सक्छ। र गीतमा पनि ठ्याक्कै त्यो गीतसँग सम्बन्धित एकदम स्लो मोसनका गीतहरू आउँछन् र नाचहरू पनि एकदमै त्यो त्यही प्रकारको चाहिँ नाचिने चलन छ। यसरी चाहिँ हामी यो नाचलाई व्यवस्थित गरेका छौँ। तर यो अहिले हामी हेरौँ, तपाईँहरूले हेर्नुभएको होला यो नाचको यो जुन टिममा सबै पुरुष कलाकारहरू हो। यो किन पुरुष कलाकारहरू किन राखियो भन्ने कुरा पनि प्रश्न उठ्न सक्छ। हामी थारू समुदायको यो गीत सम्बन्धी अनि नाच सम्बन्धी अध्ययन गर्नुभयो भने हामी 100 वर्ष अगाडिको कुरा गर्ने हो भने विशेष गरेर पुरुष बाहेक महिलाहरू नाच्ने चलन थिएन र महिलाहरू नाच्यो भने अशुभ हुने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ धेरै समुदायको नाचहरू पनि हामी पाउन सक्छौँ। हिजो हामी दलित समुदायको नाचमा पनि त्यो सन्दर्भ जुरेको आएको थियो र यो नाच खास गरेर थारू समुदायमा अब यसरी नाचिन्छ र महिलाहरू नाच्न थालेको पनि यस्तै 100-150 भन्दा बढी छैन जस्तो लाग्छ। त्यो पनि दाङको देउखुरीको रनियापुरबाट त्यो बर्का नाच भन्ने महिलाहरूले नाच्न सुरु गरिसकेपछि त्यो सखिया नाचको सुरुवात भयो भन्ने एउटा सन्दर्भ छ। किनभने मैले अघि पनि कुरा गरेँ, खास गरेर महिलाहरू नाच्यो भने समुदायमा समाजमा अशुभ हुने कुरा चाहिँ आइसकेपछि महिलाहरू यो विषयमा चाहिँ उनीहरूको अब रुचि त्यो थिएन। हाम्रो यो पुस्तासम्म पनि अब महिलाहरू नाच्ने चलन थिएन सखिया नाच बाहेक। सखिया नाच पनि मैले भने धेरै पछि आयो र त्यसका अब धेरैहरूको गीतको सन्दर्भ पनि हेर्ने हो भने अब मैले पनि अब धेरै लामो समयसम्म खास गरेर थारू समुदायको गीतको बारेमा पनि अहिले हेर्दैछु, सङ्कलन पनि गरिरहेको छु। र थारू समुदायको सबैभन्दा पुरानो गीत भनेर गुरुबाबक जन्मौटी भनेर हामी भन्छौँ। त्यो गुरुबाबक जन्मौटीमा कस्तो छ भने त्यसको विषयवस्तु कस्तो छ भने ठ्याक्कै प्रकृतिसँग जोडिएका र यो जस्तै यो पृथ्वीको उत्पत्ति कसरी भयो, पृथ्वीको उत्पत्ति भइसकेपछि अब यहाँ जीवको उत्पत्ति कसरी भयो, जस्तै कमिलाको कुरा गर्ने हो, कमिला कति दिनपछि जन्मिन्छ या उसले अन्डा पाड्यो भने अन्डापछि चाहिँ कति दिनपछि पूर्ण रूपमा चाहिँ कमिला बन्छ। अनि मान्छे जन्मिनलाई कति समय लाग्छ, जस्तै 9 महिनाको कुरा छ। अनि अरू यस्तै गुरुबाबक जन्मौटीमा प्रत्येक जीव जन्तुको यति दिनपछि जन्म हुन्छ या पूर्ण चाहिँ उसको चाहिँ रूप तयार हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा त्यो गीतमा उल्लेखित छ। र पछि यही गुरुबाबक जन्मौटी को दोस्रो संस्करणको रूपमा अरू गीतहरू पनि आएको छ, जस्तै अस्तिमकी गीत भन्ने छ। अस्तिमकी गीत पनि ठ्याक्कै यही गुरुबाबक जन्मौटीको दोस्रो संस्करण हो, जुन उसमा यो प्रकृतिसँग सबै सन्दर्भ यसका जोडिन्छ। तर पछिल्लो क्रममा जब धेरै समुदाय, विभिन्न समुदायको बसोबास र यो उनीहरूको यो घुलमेलसँगै हाम्रो यो कला संस्कृति या गीतहरूमा पनि यो हिन्दूकरण भएको चाहिँ प्रभाव छ। जस्तै अस्तिमको कुरा गर्ने हो भने अहिले पछिल्लो क्रममा चाहिँ कृष्णसँग जोडिएका सन्दर्भहरू पनि आएका छन्। त्यो कृष्णको सन्दर्भ पनि कस्तो भने मैले अघि पनि कुरा गरेँ, जस्तै सखिया नाच, महिलाहरू यो नाच्ने चलन थिएन। जब महिलाहरूको त्यो आइसकेपछि सुरुमा त्यो खास गरेर त्यो गीत गाएर नाच्ने चलन छ, सखिया नाच। त्यो आइसकेपछि त्यो केही सन्दर्भहरू ठ्याक्कै कृष्णसँग जोडिएर आएको जस्तो लाग्छ। होइन भने हामी अब समाजलाई हेर्ने हो भने कृष्णको कतै पनि थारू समुदायमा पूजा गरेको पाइन्न। जस्तै घरमा हाम्रा कुल देवताहरू छन्, अनि गाउँको मरुवा हुन्छ, गाउँको मरुवामा हाम्रो ग्राम देवताहरू हुन्छ, जो वर्षमा 1 पटक 2 पटक मात्रै पूजा हुन्छ। र प्रगन्ना भन्ने पनि थियो, प्रगन्नामा पनि अब थारूहरूको 1-2 पटक पूजाहरू हुन्छ। यस्तो 3वटा उसमा चाहिँ हामी खास गरेर थारूहरूको देवताहरूको छ। तर 3वटै कुरामा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने कृष्णको कहीँ पनि पूजा गरेको पाइँदैन। र अर्को कुरा, यो पूजापाठमा फेरि महिलाहरूको सहभागिता हुँदैन, हाम्रो थारू समुदायमा कहीँ पनि हुँदैन। अहिले पछिल्लो क्रममा त अरूको प्रभावमा परिसकेपछि यो आएको छ। र मैले धेरै कुरा गरिनँ किनभने समय पनि थोरै छ र अरू कुरा चाहिँ अरू बेला पनि गरौँला। मैले थोरै कुरा हाम्रो लालटाजीलाई यो नाचको बारेमा, विशेष गरेर उहाँले आफ्नो यो जुन सङ्घारी सांस्कृतिक परिवार छ, त्यो सांस्कृतिक परिवारको बारेमा जानकारी गराइदिनु होला भनेर भन्न चाहन्छु। हस्, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। यो थारू झुम्रा अहिले भर्खर हामीले देखाउँदै थियौँ, थारू झुम्रा। यसमा थारू झुम्रा भनेको एकदम थारू त थारू, तर पुरुषलाई पनि थारू भन्ने गर्छ। हामी थारू जाति त जाति हो, तर महिलालाई जन्नी र थारूलाई पुरुषलाई थारू भन्ने गर्छ। यो थारू झुम्रामा मात्रै थारूहरू नाच्छ, किनकि पहिला यसमा ठुलो घरमा मात्रै नाच हुन्थ्यो। त्यहाँ पुरै गाउँभरिको मान्छे चाहिँ ठुलो घरमा, बरघरमा नाच्न हेर्न जान्थे। अब यस्तै हुँदाहुँदै किनकि हाम्रो यो थारू नाचै लोप भइसकेको थियो, नाच लोप भइसक्यो। पहिला हामी दौना बेब्री सांस्कृतिक समाज खोल्यौँ। त्यो सांस्कृतिक समाज अलि सेलाइसकेपछि पछि म त अलि बच्चैदेखि नाचिराखेको, अनि मेरो मनले मानेन। पछिबाट फेरि म आफ्नो जन्मेको गाउँ, मेरो पुर्खेली गाउँमा आएर म साथीहरूलाई त्यहाँ अलिकति नाचमा ध्यान दिने साथीहरूलाई भेटाएँ। अनि ल अब हामी सङ्घारी सांस्कृतिक परिवार खोलौँ भनेर सल्लाह गरेँ। सङ्घारी भनेको फ्रेन्ड्स, साथी। अनि सङ्घारी सांस्कृतिक परिवार खोल्यौँ। त्यसपछि यहाँहरूलाई मैले एकट्ठा गरेर अब महिनामा एकचोटि 1 दिन भए पनि जम्मा हुने र त्यसमा गीत बाँसको कुरा अनि नाचको कुरा गर्ने। यो नाचले हामीले लोप हुन दिनु हुँदैन, किनकि अब यो नाच लोपै भइसकेछ, पुरा लोप भइसकेको थियो। अब बल्ल अब फेरि हामीलाई यो नाचेको देखेर अब अलिकति जे होस् उत्साह, उहाँहरूले हौसला उहाँहरूको मनमा आएर अब कुनै गाउँमा अब यो नाच नाच्नुपर्छ भनेर उछन त अब यो नाच पुरै केटीहरूको, महिलाहरूले नाचिराखेको छ। बजाउने चाहिँ पुरुष नै छ, तर गाउने र नाच्ने चाहिँ पुरै महिला छ। तर हामीले मात्रै हो जोगाइराखेको यो नाच, पुरुषले नै महिलाको लुगा लगाएर नाच्ने, किनकि पुर्ख्यौली नाच हो। यो नाच हामीले जसरी पनि बचाउनु पर्छ भनेर यो नाच हामीले बचाएको हो। मेरो गला बसिसकेछ, म अहिले धन्यवाद हजुर। हजुर, यहाँ मेरो गाउने साथी हुनुहुन्छ रामचरण चौधरी, यहाँ चाहिँ यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ हरिप्रसाद चौधरी, यहाँ पनि गाउने। यहाँ मसँगै उभिएर गाइराख्नु भएको थियो पुर्जु चौधरी। अनि यहाँ चाहिँ मजिरा बजाउने दुखीराम चौधरी। अनि यहाँ चाहिँ कस्तार बजाउने, काठको कस्तार बजाउने छेदु चौधरी। अनि यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ नाच्ने महिलाको लुगा लगाएर सोनु चौधरी। अनि यहाँ चाहिँ हुनुहुन्छ मण्डरिया ईश्वर चौधरी। यहाँ चाहिँ हुनुहुन्छ नाच्ने नचुनिया मानबहादुर चौधरी। अनि यहाँ चाहिँ हुनुहुन्छ अर्को मण्डरिया रामप्रसाद चौधरी। हजुर, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद। And while we prepare the stage, we're going to talk about, our next speakers are going to talk about the food politics of the foods of Tharu community and politics within it, the culture within it, and cultural significance, and also feminist perspective. Our speakers are Sankata Chaudhary. She's founder of Burger Restaurant with her partner, and the food set of here is from the restaurant itself. And Krishna Sarvahari ji, whose contribution is huge in the Tharu literature. He's a researcher, writer, and he's been collecting for more than I don't know how many decades now, collecting oral histories, very important contributors. And Binod Mahotto ji, he's the founder of Tharu Cultural Museum and Research Center, and his research have been very significant. His and his team's research has been very significant in the place where the entire indigenous community was displaced for the sake of national park and preserving culture. He's going to talk more about that. And then Indu Tharu, she was also presenter yesterday. She's an activist, writer, poet, and again, her research is about Tharu indigenous community and through feminist lens. Our moderator is Urmila Gamwa Tharu. She's a journalist, researcher, and has been researching on Tharu Godna Chedana culture. She is also a curatorial assistant in Kathmandu Triennale 2077. I'd like to invite our speakers, please. Just 5 minutes.
Thank you.
एकैछिन भयो नमस्कार सबैजनालाई म उर्मिला गम्वा थारू आज हामीहरू अघि नै शिलासा राजभण्डारी दिदीले कुरा गरिसक्नुभएको छ आज हामी फुड पोलिटिक्सको बारेमा कुरा गर्छौँ विशेष गरेर अघि नै भर्खरै तपाईँहरू खानुभयो जुन आज खाजाको सेटमा थियो त्यो थारू खाना नै थियो हामीहरूको जो हाम्रो हरेक चाडपर्वमा होस् या कुनै रिचुअलमा होस् त्यो खानाहरू चाहिँ प्रयोग भइरहेको हुन्छ विशेष गरेर माघमा होस् या मर्दा पर्दा होस् कुनैमा पनि त्यही भएर आजको टक फुड पोलिटिक्स भएको हुनाले पनि आज हाम्रो खाजा सेटमा चाहिँ हामीले थारू खाजालाई राखेका छौँ र आज हामीसँग हुनुहुन्छ 4 जना स्पिकर अघि नै इन्ट्रोडक्सन दिइसक्नुभएको छ उहाँहरूको सुरुमा चाहिँ के को बारेमा कुरा गर्छौँ भनेमा हामीहरू अघि नै घोगी खायौँ कतिजनालाई घोगी तान्न आइरहेको थिएन खाना आइरहेको थिएन कसरी खाने के गर्ने भनेर त्यही भएर बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टको ओनर हुनुहुन्छ आज हामीसँग सङ्कटा चौधरीजी उहाँले घोगी बनाउँदाखेरि चाहिँ के प्रयोग गरिन्छ कसरी हामीहरू घोगी बनाउँछौँ अनि थारू समुदायमा त्यसको महत्त्व कस्तो छ अनि बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टको ओनर भएको हुनाले पनि किन कीर्तिपुरमै नेपाल काठमाडौँमै यहाँ अवस्थित भएर केन्द्रमा अवस्थित भएर किन थारू खाना त्यो विशेष गरेर घोगीलाई चाहिँ किन पकाएर खुवाइराख्नु भएको छ आफ्नो ग्राहकहरूलाई भनेर आज हामीहरू कुरा गर्नेछौँ र घोगीको रेसिपीको बारेमा कसरी बनाइन्छ कसरी प्रयोग गरिन्छ कसरी त्यो बनाउने एक खालको तरिकाहरू प्रोसेसहरूको बारेमा आज हामीहरू कुरा गर्नेछौँ सुरुमा म सङ्कटाजीलाई यो प्रश्न गर्न चाहे प्रश्न भन्दा पनि सेयरिङ गरिदिनुहोस् कि कसरी हामीले त्यो घोगी बनाउँदाखेरि चाहिँ स्टार्टिङदेखिको प्रोसेस पानीदेखि ल्याउँदाको अनि कति दिन राख्नुपर्छ अनि कसरी बनाउनुपर्छ त्यसको रेसिपीको बारेमा भनिदिनको लागि बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टको ओनर सङ्कटा चौधरीजीलाई म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु सङ्कटा
सबैलाई नमस्कार छ म बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टबाट
खानाको बारेमा घोगी कसरी बनाउँछौँ कसरी हामीहरू अब खानाको बारेमा घोगीको विशेष गरेर घोगीको रेसिपीको बारेमा
म चाहिँ बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टबाट पाङ्गापुरबाट घोगी चाहिँ हामी सुरु घोगी सुरुमा हामी ल्याउँछौँ त्यसपछि एक दिन त्यसमा पानीमा भिजाउनुपर्छ भिजाइसकेपछि त्यसमा पिठो अनि कनिकाहरू हाल्नुपर्छ त्यसपछि सफा गरेर तरकारी पकाए जस्तै पकाउने हो त्यसपछि त्यसमा चामलको पिठो झोल बनाउनुपर्छ अनि
थारूमा भन्दा पनि हुन्छ भाउजू थारूमा कसरी बनाउँछ भने थारूमा भन्दा पनि हुन्छ
अरू तरकारी पकाए जस्तै पकाउनुपर्छ अनि मसलाहरू हाल्ने प्याजहरू हाल्ने पेस्ट हाल्ने त्यसपछि पिठोको झोल बनाउनुपर्छ त्यति नै हो यसको रेसिपी चाहिँ
अनि बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्ट उहाँ विशेष गरी चाहिँ बर्दियाबाट हुनुहुन्छ बर्दियादेखि आएर यो काठमाडौँ भ्यालीमा चाहिँ किन बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्ट चाहिँ किन खोल्नुभयो
हामी चाहिँ यहाँ पढ्ने गर्थ्यौँ त्यसपछि पसल खोल्ने कुरा भयो अनि अरू सहर बजारमा चाहिँ अरू जातिको थकाली जस्तै नेवारी खाजा रेस्टुरेन्टहरू देखिन्छ थारूको थिएन त्यसपछि हामीले पसल खोल्ने भनेर सल्लाह भयो त्यसपछि पसल खोलिसकेपछि थारू आइटम राख्ने भनेर हामीले सल्लाह गरिसकेपछि अनि खोलेको, हाम्रो खोलेको चाहिँ 4 वर्ष भयो।
धन्यवाद छ। खास गरेर हामीले घोङ्गी पानीबाट ल्याइसकेपछि चाहिँ 2 दिन 1 दिन जति पानीमा राखेर सफा गरी धोएर पानीमा राखेर त्यसमा पिठो हाल्नुपर्छ। चामलको पिठो, गहुँको पिठो, जुन पिठो भए पनि हालेपछि त्यसको पेटमा भएको जुन माटो हुन्छ त्यो निस्किन्छ अनि खाँदा मजा आउँछ नि त। अनि त्यो गरिसकेपछि अनि त्यसको पकाउने तरिका भनेको नर्मलै बोइल गरिसकेपछि सबै कुरा माथिबाट हाल्ने, जस्तै मसलाहरू हुन्छ, नुन, खुर्सानी, अब त्यो विशेष धेरै कुरा पनि चाहिन्छ। नुन, खुर्सानी, बेसार त्यति भएर माथिबाट दिँदापछि झानिसकेपछि त्यो रेडी हुन्छ त्यो खानको लागि। यस्तै गरेर जस्तै हामीले आज हाम्रो फुड पोलिटिक्सको बारेमा कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ कति कुराहरू अस्ति नै हाम्रो एकजना टिम मेम्बर हुनुहुन्छ काठमाडौँ ट्रेनालयको मतिनाजी, उहाँले सोध्नुभएको छ कि थारू खाना चाहिँ विशेष गरी मुख्य चाहिँ थारू खाना चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि ठ्याक्क मेरो मुखबाट चाहिँ घोगी भन्ने आयो। तर त्यो घोगीलाई जस्तो हाम्रो मुख्य खाना भन्छौँ, हाम्रो आफ्नो रैथाने खाना भनेर हामी जसरी चिनिरहेका हुन्छौँ, त्यो रैथाने खानालाई चाहिँ कसरी अब राज्य व्यवस्थाबाट होस् या अब त्यो पानीमा हुने चिज हो नि त। किनभने हामी सानैदेखि घोगी कहार्न जाने, त्यो पानीबाट निकाल्ने, गङ्गटान निकाल्ने, माछा मार्ने जात म पनि मार्थेँ, अझै पनि जान्छु घरमा, अझै पनि मलाई त्यो काम गर्न मलाई रमाइलो लाग्छ। अनि त्यो जब नेसनल पार्कको कुराहरू आइराख्दाखेरि, अब राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको कुराहरू आइराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ कसरी त्यो खानालाई या घोगी होस् या माछालाई होस् होइन, त्यो समुदायदेखि चाहिँ कसरी टाढा राखिरहेछ, त्यो खानाबाट कसरी वञ्चित गरिरहेछ। जस्तै तालतलैया नदीहरूमा चाहिँ अब थारूहरूलाई मार्न नदिने एउटा क्राइटेरिया तोकिएको छ त्यहाँ। जब नेसनल पार्क भनिसकेपछि सबै कुरा त्यसमा गाविसकेपछि त्यो कुरादेखि चाहिँ कसरी त्यो थारू समुदायलाई होस्, अब मार्जिनलाइज ग्रुपलाई होस्, कसरी त्यहाँ जानको बाटो वञ्चित गरिरहेछ भनेर चाहिँ कुराहरू गरिराख्दाखेरि आज हामीसँग हुनुहुन्छ वीरेन्द्र महतोजी। उहाँ चाहिँ चितवनमा अवस्थित हुनुहुन्छ। चितवनमा पुरानो पहिलो थारू म्युजियम भनेर पनि उहाँले सुरु गर्नुभएको छ। त्यही भएर उहाँलाई मैले के प्रश्न गर्न चाहेँ भने जस्तै त्यो खाना घोगीलाई होस् या माछालाई होस् या गङ्गटोलाई होस्, हामीले आफू थारू समुदायदेखि चाहिँ त्यसलाई जस्तै नेसनल पार्कले चाहिँ कसरी त्यहाँ जानबाट वञ्चित गरिरहेछ, कसरी त्यो कुरालाई चाहिँ छेकबार गरिरहेछ भनेर चाहिँ मैले प्रश्न गर्न चाहेँ। वीरेन्द्र दाई।
हेलो, हस् त, धन्यवाद उर्मिला बहिनी। पहिला सुरु मेरो कुरा राख्नुभन्दा पहिला मलाई जुन यो कार्यक्रममा इन्भाइट गरिदिनु भयो, यो ट्रायनले यो जुन अर्गनाइज समितिलाई म धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। मेरो प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुभन्दा पहिला म सबै यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएकोलाई म एउटा चाहिँ रियल स्टोरी सुनाउन चाहन्छु यो गुङ्गीको बारेमा। त्यो रियल स्टोरी के हो भने लगभग 2 वर्ष अगाडि चितवनको एकजना 70-80 वर्षको बुवा एउटा फिजिसियन डाक्टर कहाँ जचाउन जानुभयो। अनि उहाँको जाँच्ने क्रममा उहाँको सबै ल्याब टेस्ट गर्ने उसमा चाहिँ उहाँको चाहिँ क्याल्सियमको कमी देखियो उहाँको उसमा, स्वास्थ्यमा भनौँ न। त्यस कारणले गर्दाखेरि उहाँले समस्या भएर रहेछ। अनि डाक्टरले के भन्यो भने तपाईँ त थारूको छोरा, अब तपाईँले म औषधि दिन्न, किन सिसीको औषधि दिने, तपाईँ घुङ्गी खानुहोस् न, सबभन्दा त्यही राम्रो औषधि हो, नेचुरल औषधि हो, क्याल्सियम सबभन्दा घुङ्गीमै पाउँछ, तपाईँले म औषधि दिन्न भन्यो त्यो डाक्टरले। त्यो एउटा चाहिँ भण्डारी समथिङ डाक्टर हुनुहुन्थ्यो। अनि त्यो बुवालाई एकदमै राम्रो कुरा लाग्यो। अनि फेरि उहाँ घर फर्किनु भयो। अनि आफ्नो छोरासँग सल्लाह गर्नुभयो। मलाई डाक्टरले त औषधि दिएन, मलाई त खोलाकै घुङ्गी खाऊ भन्छ। अनि उहाँको छोराले डाक्टरले त एकदमै राम्रो कुरा गर्नुभयो, तर राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जले गर्दाखेरि हामी घुङ्गी टिप्न गयो भने आर्मीले समाउँछ, फेरि त्यहाँ 5,000 रुपियाँ जरिवाना तिर्छ। बरु म त्यो 5,000 तपाईँ कस्टडीमा जानुभन्दा बरु फेरि त्यही सिसीकै 500 रुपियाँको क्याल्सियम औषधि किनेर म तपाईँले खुवाउँछु भन्यो होइन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यो एउटा चौधरीलाई जुन एउटा जन्मजातदेखि नै जुन एउटा क्याल्सियमको पूर्ति आफ्नो शरीरलाई पूर्ति गर्ने जुन ऊ खान्थ्यो घुङ्गी खोलाबाट, त्यो खान नपाएर उहाँले चाहिँ सिसीको फेरि चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ औषधि किनेर खानुपर्ने अवस्था आयो। र यो किन यस्तो अवस्था आयो यो चाहिँ म तपाईँलाई अलिकति चाहिँ चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको चाहिँ अलिकति हिस्टोरिकल ब्याकग्राउन्डतिर लान्छु। चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बन्नुभन्दा पहिला कस्तो स्थिति थियो चितवनमा र राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनिसकेपछि चाहिँ यो घुङ्गी मार्न किन दिएन भन्दाखेरि यसमा अलिकति तपाईँहरूले बुझाउन पाउँदाखेरि अलिकति त सजिलो हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। जस्तै 1952 भन्दा पहिला चितवनमा जति बेला तराईमा मलेरिया थियो त्यति बेला चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज थिएन। अनि धेरै राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जभित्र पनि धेरै थारू गाउँहरू थियो, धेरै खोला नालाहरू थियो, धेरै ताल तलैहरू थियो। थारूलाई आफूले जति पनि चाहिने यो तरकारीहरू खानेकुराहरू जति पनि तपाईँको जब जङ्गलको प्रोडक्टहरू अर्ग्यानिकहरू खान्थ्यो, एकदम स्वस्थहरू खान्थ्यो, किनकि त्यो बेला चाहिँ आधुनिक कृषिको थिएन आफ्नो खेतहरूमा, जस्तै तरकारीदेखि सबै खान्थ्यो। र जब 1954 to 1962 मा त्यो युएसएड र डब्लुएनको सपोर्टमा चितवनमा चाहिँ एउटा मलेरिया इराडिकेटेड गर्यो डिडिटी पाउडर राखेर। त्यसपछि मान्छेहरू माइग्रेसन भयो, चितवनमा पहाडका मान्छेहरू चितवनमा गयो। कहिलेकाहीँ एउटा भनाइ छ नि डिडिटीको फुल फर्म पनि एउटा डेन्जर डोज फर थारू हैन। यदि त्यो डिडिटी नहटाइदिएको भए अहिलेसम्म पनि तराईमा चाहिँ थारूहरूकै एउटा बाहुल्य हुन्थ्यो, थारूहरूकै सबै रीतिरिवाजहरू प्रिजर्भ हुन्थ्यो भन्ने एउटा भनाइ पनि छ। म उतातिर गइनँ। अब जब त्यो भइसकेपछि अनि पछि चाहिँ इन 1973 मा चाहिँ एउटा चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज चाहिँ घोषणा गर्यो नेपाल सरकारले। अनि त्यो घोषणा गरिसकेपछि चाहिँ के भयो भने भित्रका थारू गाउँहरू, राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जका भित्रका थारू गाउँहरू सबै चाहिँ बाहिर निकाल्ने क्रम चाहिँ सरकारबाट सुरु भयो। अनि कतिकै अब जो मानेन नि त्यसको घरहरू जलाइदियो, जो माने चाहिँ अब भोलिन्टरीली भनेर त्यसरी चाहिँ गाउँहरू धेरै बाहिरतिर ल्यायो। अनि त्यसपछि सरकारले चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनायो। अब सुरुमा चाहिँ केही समय चाहिँ खोलाहरूमा चाहिँ अब घुङ्गी टिप्न माछा मार्नहरू चाहिँ दिन्थ्यो। तर पछि बिस्तारै चाहिँ यो नेपालको फेरि यो कन्जर्भेसनको मोडल के छ भने कपी पेस्ट यो डेभलपमेन्ट मोडल छ यो स्पेसली नेपालको कन्जर्भेसन एरियामा। त्यो भनेको के हो भने नेपालको चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज नेपालको पहिलो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज हो 1973 मा बनाएको। अनि यो चाहिँ ठ्याक्कै युएसए को येलो स्टोन नेसनल पार्कको मोडल हो, जो चाहिँ संसारको पहिलो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज जो चाहिँ 1873 मा भयो। त्यो मोडल के हो भने कुनै पनि राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जभित्र कुनै पनि गाउँ बस्ती कुनै पनि डिस्टर्बनेसन हुनु हुँदैन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ त्यो तर्कबाट त्यो आइडियाबाट चाहिँ चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनाएपछि त्यो सबै मान्छेहरू त्यो डिस्ट्रोयर बाहिर निकाल्यो। अनि त्यही मोडल भएपछि पनि जस्तै तपाईँको चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बन्नुभन्दा पहिला चाहिँ त्यहाँ चाहिँ 20% ग्रासल्यान्ड थियो, 1000 भन्दा धेरै गैंडाहरू थियो, बाघहरू पनि पाइन्थ्यो। अहिले तपाईँको 50 इयर्स भइसक्यो चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज, अहिलेसम्म त्यो 1000 वटा गैंडाको नम्बर चाहिँ पुर्याउन सके होइन नेपाल सरकार, जुन आर्मी राखे पनि होइन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि बाघहरूको पनि त्यो सङ्ख्यामा अहिलेसम्म नम्बर पुगेको छैन। तर मैले भन्न खोजेको के हो भने यदि नेपाल सरकारले त्यहाँको इन्डिजिनियसहरूको कन्जर्भेसनको बेस्ट प्र्याक्टिसहरू र बाहिरका कन्जर्भेसनको मोडलहरूलाई सँगसँगै यदि एप्लाई गरेको भए, सँगसँगै काम गरेको भए मेरो विचारमा अहिलेको चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज भन्दा अझै बेटर राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बन्न सक्थ्यो। किनकि थारूहरूको एउटा आफ्नै हिस्टोरिकल एउटा आफ्नै किसिमको इन्डिजिनियस प्र्याक्टिसहरू थियो। फर इक्जाम्पल के हो भने जस्तै पहिला थारू गाउँहरू भित्र भएको बेला त्यो चुरियाको जङ्गलबाट चाहिँ तपाईँको इरिगेसन गर्थ्यो, कुल्लामा पानी ल्याउँथ्यो, आफूले चाहिने पानी चाहिँ तपाईँको खेतमा लगाउँथ्यो, धान खेतमा। आफूसँग नभएको पानी चाहिँ के थियो भने राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा छोडिदिन्थ्यो। त्यसले के भयो भने त्यहाँको तालहरू पनि इन्डिजिनियस हिसाबले म्यानेजमेन्ट हुन्थ्यो होइन, त्यो जनावरलाई पनि राम्रो हुन्थ्यो। जब त्यो गाउँ निकालिदिएपछि के भयो, त्यो कुलो सुलो खेल्न कसैले छोडिदियो भनेपछि अहिले तालहरू के भयो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा सुक्यो होइन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यसले ताल यदि सुक्यो भने अहिले तपाईँ 1.73 मा छ ग्रासल्यान्ड, किन थारूहरूको आफ्नै इन्डिजिनियस प्र्याक्टिसबाट त्यसमा ग्रेजिङ हुन्थ्यो राष्ट्रिय उबाट तपाईँको अनि आगो लगाउँथ्यो, त्यसले ग्रासल्यान्ड म्यानेजमेन्ट हुन्थ्यो। त्यसले गर्दा थारूको इन्डिजिनियसहरू अब यहाँ चाहिँ यो घुङ्गीको कारणले चाहिँ यो घुङ्गीको मात्रै होइन, मैले अझ तपाईँ माछा मार्ने कुरा जोड्न खोजेको। जसले मेरो क्वेसन चाहिँ कहाँनिर हो भने कन्जर्भेसन फर हुम होइन। त्यो मैले किन भयो, जस्तै एउटा घुङ्गी खोलामा टिप्दैमा एउटा तपाईँको न्युरोसाफ टिक्दैमा त्यो कन्जर्भेसनमा कुनै हार्म त हुँदैन होला जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। त्यो कन्जर्भेसनमा कुनै नेगेटिभ त इम्प्याक्ट पर्दैन नि होइन। तर के हो भने हाम्रो अब यो कन्जर्भेसनका मान्छेहरूले काम गर्ने बेला होइन यो गर्नै हुँदैन, यो गऱ्यो भने यस्तो हुन्छ जुन तर्क गर्छ। तर मैले पनि म त्यही जहिले पनि मेरो क्वेसन उहाँहरूसँग त्यही हुन्छ, यसले चाहिँ इन्भाइरोमेन्टमा के इफेक्ट गर्छ त? एउटा घुङ्गी त्यो नेचुरल घुङ्गी हो नि त होइन, त्यसले साग त एउटा नेचुरल जति टिप्यो त्यति आइराख्ने हो तर उहाँहरूको दिमागमा के छ होइन यो युनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज हो यसमा टिप्नै हुँदैन यसमा केही गर्नै हुँदैन खालि बाहिरको मोडलबाट मात्रै काम गर्छ त्यसले गर्दा के झन् बरु नराम्रो हुँदैछ नि त एउटा द्वन्द्व हुन्छ ह्युमन एन्ड वाइल्ड लाइफ कन्फ्लिक्ट एउटा म्यानेजमेन्टको कन्फ्लिक्टलाई अझै यसले बढावा दिँदैछ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ त्यो एउटा कुरा हो भने जस्तै अब अर्को चाहिँ जस्तै अब हामी त्यो सँगसँगै के भयो भने घुँगी टिप्न नदिने तपाईँको माछा मार्न नदिने त्यो सँगसँगै के भने थारूहरूको स्किल पनि हरायो किनकि माछा मार्ने पनि एउटा स्किल हो नि त हैन अब अहिले मलाई चाहिँ माछा मार्नै आउँदैन मेरो हजुरबुवालाई एकदमै राम्रो माछा मार्न आउँथ्यो मेरो बुवालाई पनि एकदमै राम्रो माछा मार्न अब म खोलामै जान पाउँदैन भन्दा मैले कसरी माछा मार्न सिक्ने एउटा त्यो जस्तै अब ह्यान्डिक्राफ्ट थारूहरूको राम्रो जस्तै माछा मार्ने जाल एकदमै राम्रो बनाउँछ थारूहरूले घाउकाहरू राम्रो बनाउँछ अब जब त्यसको युजै भएन भने त्यो नयाँ त बनाउने कुरा आएन नि हैन त्यसले गर्दा त्यो नयाँ जेनेरेसनले पनि त्यो माछा मार्ने नेटहरूको स्किल पनि उनीहरूको एउटा गयो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ कन्जर्भेसनमा एकदमै ठुलो इन्डिजिनियसहरूको चाहिँ एकदमै ठुलो पोलिटिक्स छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद वीरेन्द्र दाइले त्यो चितवनको कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि मलाई मेरो शुक्ला फाटा नेसनल पार्कको याद आयो मैले थोरै कुराहरू सेयर गर्न चाहेँ किनभने आज सेयरिङ सेसन भएको हुनाले पनि मैले आफ्नो थोरै कुरा राख्छु अनि हाम्रो कृष्ण सर्वहारी अङ्कल र इन्डु दिदीतिर म जान्छु त्यहाँ जस्तै उहाँले भन्नुभयो नि त्यो घोङ्गी माछा साग टिप्ने बित्तिकै त्यो हुँदैन फेरि नयाँ कुरा आउँछ किनभने थारूहरू सिजनल खानाहरूको कुन समयमा कुन खाने कुन समयमा माछा मार्ने कुन समयमा घोङ्गी खाने भने बखुबी उहाँहरूलाई थाहा छ हामीले जेठको महिनामा हामीहरू जाँदैनौँ किनभने त्यतिखेर तिनीहरूको पेटमा अन्डा हुन्छ त हामीलाई त्यो घोङ्गी खाएको मनै पर्दैन मिठो हुँदैन अनि त्यसको किरकिर किरकिर आवाज आउँछ किनभने पेटमा उनीहरूको फेरि घोङ्गी बनिरहेको हुन्छ अन्डा हुन्छ त्यो सिजनमा हामी खाँदैन भदौ असोजतिर हामीले घोङ्गी खान रुचाउँछौँ त्यतिखेरको समयको घोङ्गी मिठो हुन्छ अनि त्यसरी सिजन वाइज हामी खाने गर्छौँ नि त्यो होइन कि वर्षभरि नै घोङ्गी खाएको छ वर्षभरि माछा नै माछा मारेको छ त्यस्तो हुँदैन जस्तै त्यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि त्यहाँ शुक्लाफाटा राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज नेपालको दोस्रो सानो भनौँ पछि खुलेको 2073मा त्यसको पहिला शाही शिकार आरक्ष भनेर स्थापना भएको शिकार आरक्ष त्यो शब्दमा कस्तो कुरा छ शाही शिकार आरक्ष भनिसकेपछि शिकार खेल्नको लागि जति पनि छुट छ उहाँहरूलाई शाही शिकार आरक्ष भनिसकेपछि पछि गएर शुक्लाफाटा आरक्ष मात्र भयो त्यसपछि बल्ल आएर राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा चाहिँ परिणत भएको 2073मा त्यो भइराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँ छेउछाउमा राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको छेउछाउमा जति पनि गाउँहरू हुनुहुन्छ जति पनि गाउँहरू छ त्यहाँ धेरै थारू बस्तीहरू छ त्यो थारू बस्तीमा एउटा हाम्रो त्यहाँ नजिकको भनेको पिप्लाडी जोन्हापुर भन्ने छ झलारी नजिकै पर्ने त्यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको छेउछाउमा रहेको गाउँ त्यहाँका बासिन्दाहरू अहिले त्यो खोलाको नदीमा अनि जङ्गलको छेउमा पनि जाँदैन किनभने त्यहाँ जाने बित्तिकै आर्मीले समाएर लग्छ अनि 500 चाहिँ चार्ज गरेर अनि सँगै उनीहरूसँग जुन इन्स्ट्रुमेन्ट हुन्छ मार्ने घोङ्गी के अरे हेल्का डेलिया जे हुन्छ त्यो सबै राख्ने अनि फिर्ता पनि नगर्ने त्यस्तो खालको छ अनि हामीले रिचुअलले पनि कति धेरै कुराहरू छ हामीले त्यो रिचुअलले घोङ्गी माछाको चाहिँ मर्दा पर्दा मैले अघि नै भने हामीहरू त्यो कुराहरू युज गर्छौँ त्यो कुराहरू हामीले आफ्नो जिन्दगीमा अपनाएका छौँ नि त त्यो कुराहरूलाई अनि शिकार आरक्ष हुँदाखेरि शिकार नमासिने अनि त्यसपछि आरक्ष हुने बित्तिकै घोङ्गी मासिने त्यस्तो खालको मेन्टालिटी भइसकेपछि जस्तै मैले कृष्ण सर्वहारी अङ्कललाई के भन्न चाहेँ भने जस्तै हाम्रो थारू समुदायमा कल्चरली हेर्दाखेरि कल्चरको एक्सपेक्टबाट हेर्दाखेरि कसरी घोङ्गीहरू अनि माछा चाहिँ कसरी प्रयोग हुन्छन् हाम्रो जनजीवनमा कसरी हामीले त्यसको प्रयोग गरिरहेको हुन्छ अनि यस्तो पनि कुरा छ कि त्यहाँ माछा मार्न गएपछि समाउने घोङ्गी काट्न गए पनि समाउने अनि सँगसँगै त्यहाँका महिला पुरुष धेरैजनालाई समाएर लगेको छ त्यो रेकर्डहरू छ स्टिल छ होइन त्यही भएर आजभोलि त त्यहाँ टाढैबाट हेरेर फर्किने हो जान पनि नपाइने त्यहाँ त्यस्तो खालको सिचुएसन छ म के भन्न चाहेँ भने जस्तै हामीले आफ्नो सांस्कृतिक रूपमा हेर्दाखेरि हाम्रो त्यो कुन हिसाबले हामीले त्यो चिजलाई चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्छौँ घोङ्गीलाई माछालाई कसरी प्रयोग गर्छौँ हामीले चाहिँ
धन्यवाद उर्मिला सन् 2006 देखि 8 सम्म लगभग 2 वर्ष हामीले नर्वेजियन प्रोजेक्टबाट एउटा थारू इन्डिजिनियस नलेज भनेर एउटा रिसर्च गरेका थियौँ। त्यसमा हाम्रो खानाको बारेमा पनि एउटा टपिक थियो। त्यसमा डाक्टर गोपाल दहित, म अनि चन्दा सिंह थारू तीनजनाको रिसर्च टिमले करिब 200 प्रकारको थारूहरूको खानाको लिस्टिङ गरेको छ। यो किताब हामीले छापेका छौँ। यो चाहिँ अङ्ग्रेजीमा छ। युनिक नेपालले छापेको छ। कसैलाई चाहिन्छ भने थारू खानाहरूको बारेमा लिस्टिङ छ र अलिकति व्याख्या पनि गरिएको छ। अघि नै उर्मिलाले भन्यो जस्तै हामीले अहिले कोको कोलाको संस्कृति छ, तर थारू गाउँमा जानुस्, चैत वैशाख महिनामा तपाईँ जानुहुन्छ भने मार खुवाउँछ। मार भनेको 1-2 दिन पहिले भात पकायो, भातमा पानी हाल्यो, अनि त्यो चाहिँ 2-3 दिनपछि अमिलो हुन्छ। त्यो अमिलो पानी हामी खान्छौँ। त्यसले जिउलाई यति ठन्डा गर्छ, त्यो कोको कोला खानै पर्दैन। मलाई लाग्छ बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टमा किर्तिपुरमा जुन खोलेको छ, त्यो अब चैत वैशाख लाग्यो भने त्यो मारको कर्चललाई पनि जोड्दा हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अब जहाँसम्म हाम्रो थारू कल्चरमा यो खानाको जुन संस्कृति छ, यो कसरी जोडिन्छ भने म अलिकति व्याख्या गर्न चाहन्छु। जस्तै नेवारी संस्कृतिमा तपाईँहरू योमोरी भन्नुहुन्छ। योमोरी चाहिँ खाना मात्रै होइन, यो जन्मदेखि मृत्युसम्म जुन यो योमोरी जोडिरहेको छ, त्यसै थारूहरूको कल्चरमा पनि यो धिक्री अनि माछा जोडिएर आउँछ। जस्तै अघि नै भर्खर हामीले लाम्चो खालको धिक्री देख्यौँ, अर्को गोलो खालको धिक्री देख्यौँ। त्यो चाहिँ गहुँको पिठोले बनाइएको थियो। जस्तै हाम्रो माघी थारूहरूको सबभन्दा ठुलो पर्व। माघीमा हाम्रो लाम्चो ढिक्री हुन्छ, जुन अहिले तपाईँहरूले खानुभयो। यो दिदी बहिनीहरूले आफ्नो दाजुभाइहरूको लामो उमेरको कामनाको लागि यो ढिक्री बनाउँछन् भन्ने चलन छ। अर्को चाहिँ यो दसैँमा हाम्रो ठोसिया आकारको चाहिँ ढिक्री हुन्छ। यो कानमा लाउँछन्। यो दसैँमा सखिया नाच्दाखेरि यताउता गर्दाखेरि त्यो निकै गहनाले झपक्क हुनुपर्छ। त्यसैले त्यो गहनाको एक किसिमको सिम्बोलको रूपमा त्यो दसैँमा पकाइने त्यो ढिक्री पनि गहनाको आउँछ। दीपावली भन्ने बित्तिकै हाम्रो चाहिँ झिलिमिली बत्तीको चाड हो। त्यो ठ्याक्कै त्यो दियो आकारको चाहिँ हाम्रो ढिक्री हुन्छ दीपावलीमा। त्यसपछि गर्दाखेरि थारूहरूको चाहिँ कल्चर वनबाट दाउरा ल्याउने, पात ल्याउने, अनि देउतालाई चढाउनलाई त्यो बोझा झिक्री भन्छ। त्यो जसरी काठलाई बोझा बनाइन्छ त्यो चाहिँ बाँधेर, त्यसै गरी धिक्रीलाई पनि त्यो बोझा बनाइएको हुन्छ। त्यो धिक्रीको यति धेरै प्रकार छ। त्यो खाना मात्रै होइन कि त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो संस्कृतिसँग जोडिएर आउँछ। जस्तै यो माछाकै कुरा गऱ्यौँ, थारूहरूको घर हेर्नु होला, प्रायः त्यो खोलाको छेउछाउमा हुन्छ। हामी कामबाट फुर्सद हुने बित्तिकै ल आज फुर्सद छ भने सबैजना माछा मार्न जाने है। एक्लै मारेर खाने होइन। फेरि तपाईँको फुर्सद जो छ छेउ छिमेकी 10 जना 12 जना 15 जना जति हुन सक्छन् सबै माछा मारेर जाने। अनि त्यो फेरि बाँड्ने। कसैले बढी मार्यो भने उसले आफ्नो बढी लान पाउँदैन, त्यसलाई फेरि बाँड्नु पर्यो। सबैको भागमा बराबर हुनु पर्यो। त्यस किसिमको कल्चर छ। जस्तै चितवनको वीरेन चौधरी हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूको पालामा मछुवारी संस्कृति थियो। गाउँभरिको मान्छे 150 घर परिवार छ कि 200 घर परिवार छ, एकैपल्टसँगै माछा मार्न जाने हो। एकैपल्ट चाहिँ तपाईँको त्यहाँ जाल तान्ने हो। तर अब निकुञ्जको कारणले गर्दा ल्याउन दिँदैन। अहिले हामीले यो घुङ्गी खायौँ, यो चाहिँ 70 सिरातिरबाट आउँछ। उतातिर निकुञ्ज छैन। तर यता यो कैलाली कञ्चनपुर बाँके बर्दैतिर जानुहोस्, त्यो यति धेरै ठाउँमा चेक छ। तपाईँले त्यो काँचो ढिक्री पनि त्यहाँबाट ल्याउन सक्नुहुन्न। ढिक्री बनाउँछु घुङ्गी पनि ल्याउन सक्नुहुन्न। उतै गाउँघरतिर खानुहुन्छ त्यो अर्कै कुरा। भर्खरै हामीले सुन्यौँ राजकुमार प्रजा जसलाई चाहिँ घुङ्गी टिप्न गएको भनेर सेनाले चाहिँ मार्यो। त्यो सेनालाई अहिले चाहिँ आजीवन कारावास बनेको छ। त्यो समस्या चाहिँ थारूहरूमा पनि देखिन्छ। अब थारूहरूको बिहे भयो भने ससुरालीमा जन्ती जाँदाखेरि हाम्रो एउटा बर्छी हुन्छ, भाला बर्छी। त्यसमा एकातिर चाहिँ रक्सीको चाहिँ एउटा कराई हुन्छ, त्यो माटोको भाँडोको प्याला जस्तै हुन्छ, त्यो हुन्छ भने अर्कोतिर माछा हुन्छ। माछा अनिवार्य हुनैपर्छ। त्यो जिउँदो माछा त्यो ल्याउन सकिएन भनेपछि त्यो सिद्रा माछा पनि तकाउनै पर्छ। त्यो गीतमा पनि आउँछ, चल अल्लो दुला भैया एक ओर ताङ्गल सिकवा बरही एक ओर ताङ्गल मछरी सगुन रे भनेर त्यो सजना पनि गाउँछन्, मागर गाउँछन् हाम्रो त्यो थारू कल्चरमा। त्यसोस्ले गर्दाखेरि यो थारूहरूको जुन टिपिकल फुडहरूको कुरा छ यसलाई चाहिँ युनेस्कोदेखि लिएर आइलो 169देखि लिएर सबैले चाहिँ संरक्षण गर्नुपर्ने भन्छ। तर यो निकुञ्ज लगायतको कारणले गर्दाखेरि हामीले त्यो चाहिँ के भन्छ माहौल पाइरहेको छैनौँ। त्यसैले मलाई के लाग्छ भनेपछि गाउँघरका वर्गरहरू भए, भलमन्साहरू भए, अनि अहिले जति पनि जनवर्तिनीहरू छन् कमसेकम निकुञ्ज छेउछाउको मान्छेहरूलाई जसरी खर खाएको मौसम हुन्छ, वर्षमा 1-2 पल्ट 3-4 पल्ट खर काट्न पाइन्छ, त्यस्तै वर्षमा पनि कमसेकम 2-4 पल्ट त्यहाँबाट घोगी टिप्न पाइने अथवा माछा निकाल्न पाउने। जब उनीहरू चाहिँ बाघ भालुसँग चाहिँ थारूहरू लड्दाखेरि ज्यान जोगाउँदाखेरि त्यो हाम्रो वन जङ्गल जस्तै हराभरिया हाम्रा पुर्खाहरूले बनाए या त्यो चाहिँ औलोसँग लडे, त्यो औलोसँग लड्दाखेरि जुन अहिले सिकल सेल जस्तो घातक रोगको शिकार भइरहेका छन् भनेपछि त्यसको क्षतिपूर्ति स्वरूप पनि त्यहाँको चिजबिजहरू चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्न पाउनुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। तर यो समन्वय कहाँनिर मिलिरहेको छैन, यसबाट हामी चाहिँ वञ्चित भइरहेको छौँ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। मैले पहिलो सेसनमा यति भने।
धन्यवाद कृष्ण सर्वहारी अङ्कललाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। यस्तै गरेर खाना भन्ने बित्तिकै महिलाहरूको याद आउँछ। त्यो चाहे बिउदेखि होस्, बिउदेखि लिएर किचनसम्मको कुरा होस्, महिला एकदम खाना भन्ने बित्तिकै महिलालाई जोडिन्छ। र म जोड्छु पर्सनली पनि, म खाना भन्ने बित्तिकै मलाई चाहिँ महिला नै दिमागमा सुरुमा त्यही आउँछ। मैले इन्दु थारू दिदीलाई मैले के प्रश्न गर्न चाहेँ भने जस्तै खानासँग महिलाको सम्बन्ध एउटा कुरा, महिलालाई हामीले चाहिँ कसरी कसरी जोडेर हेर्न सक्छौँ महिलाको पर्सपेक्टिभबाट चाहिँ खानालाई?
यो थारू खाना अब खास गरी यहाँ माछा घोङ्गेको कुराहरू धेरै उठ्यो होइन। यो खानाको कुरा उठ्ने बित्तिकै चाहिँ मलाई मेरो हजुरआमाको सबैभन्दा पहिले याद आउँछ। किनभने घोगी आज धेरैले खानुभयो, त्यो खान कति गाह्रो छ होइन, आउँदैन जति चुसे पनि, त्यो चुस्ने पनि एउटा तरिका छ। सुरुमा जब मैले आफ्नै हातले खाना खान खोजेँ, घोगी खान मलाई पनि आउँदैन थियो र मेरो हजुरआमाले सिकाउनु भएको हो मलाई। त्यसकारण अब खानासँग महिलाको कति निकटको सम्बन्ध छ भन्ने कुरा हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ जस्तो लाग्छ। किनभने प्रत्येक समाजमा चाहिँ महिलाले नै हो खाना पकाउने, त्यसलाई कहाँबाट खोजेर ल्याउनु पर्छ होइन, कसरी बनाउनु पर्छ, त्यसलाई घरको सबैलाई पाहुना सबैलाई चाहिँ सर्भ गर्ने सबै जिम्मेवारी चाहिँ महिलाकै हुन्छ। अब कतिपय ठाउँमा मैले सुनेको छु महिलाको जिन्दगी त साँझ खाना पकायो भने बिहान के बनाउने, के तरकारी बनाऊ, र बिहान खाना बनाइसकेपछि साँझ के तरकारी बनाऊ, त्यो खोज्नमै महिलाको जिन्दगी जान्छ भनेर पनि त्यो एक किसिमले यथार्थता पनि हो। र यो घोङ्गीको कुरा आएपछि चाहिँ मलाई अर्को लाग्ने कुरा चाहिँ घोङ्गीबाट सबैभन्दा ठुलो विभेद चाहिँ मैले भोगेको जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। जस्तो म थारू गाउँमा जन्मिएँ, मेरो गाउँमा सबै थारू मात्रै हो, 100% थारू हो होइन। त्यहाँ चाहिँ सबै थारू भएपछि त हामी सबै थारू हो नि भन्ने भयो। छोरी भएको कारणले, महिला भएको कारणले पुरुष र महिलालाई हुने छुट्टै छुट्टै खालको व्यवहारले त्यो खालको विभेद त भयो नै। तर थारू भनेर चाहिँ मलाई कसैले पनि हेपेन मेरो गाउँमा चाहिँ। तर जब म स्कुल गएपछि त्यहाँ अन्य जातिको विद्यार्थीहरू पनि आए। सबैभन्दा पहिले चाहिँ त्यहाँ मैले के विभेद भोगेँ भने यसले त सङ्खे किरा खान्छ है भन्न थाल्यो कि मलाई, यसले त सुँगुरको मासु खान्छ। अनि मेरो आमाले पनि मलाई त्यो खाजामा चाहिँ भात र मुसाको चटनी दिने कि, त्यो लिएर स्कुल जाँदाखेरि त यो त मुसाको चटनी खान्छ। अब फेरि हामी चाहिँ इमान्दार के ल्याएको छ आज नास्ता भन्ने बित्तिकै चाहिँ भात र मुसाको चटनी छ होइन। अब नेपाली पनि बोल्न आउँदैन थियो त्यो बेला त। अनि त्यो बेला चाहिँ ओहो घोङ्गी त खानै नहुने कुरा हो, मैले कति ठुलो अपराध गरेछु यो खाएर भन्ने महसुस चाहिँ मलाई पहिलोपटक स्कुलमा जब म बच्चा थिएँ त्यो बेला मलाई भएको। अनि मैले चाहिँ म पनि तिमीहरू जस्तै उच्च स्तरको हो भनेर देखाउनलाई मैले घोङ्गी खान छोडेँ, मैले सुँगुरको मासु खान छोडेँ, मुसाको चटनी पनि खान छोडेँ। घोङ्गी खान सुरु गरेको फेरि भर्खर मात्रै हो, जब चाहिँ मैले पहिचानको कुरा, अधिकारको कुरामा अलिकति मेरो चेतना आएपछि मात्रै मैले घोङ्गी खान थालेको र सुँगुरको मासु पनि भर्खर खान थालेको हो। भनेको यो खानाको जो राजनीतिको कुरा गर्दैछौँ नि हामी, यो जसरी चाहिँ हामीले बाहुन छेत्री भनेको चाहिँ ठुलो जातको मान्छे हामी भन्छौँ नि, त्यो मान्छे मात्रै ठुलो जातको नहुँदो रहेछ कि खाना पनि ठुलो जातको हुँदो रहेछ भन्ने चाहिँ महसुस भयो। जस्तो सेलरोटीको कुरा गरौँ न, कसैलाई सेलरोटी खान चाहिँ लाज लाग्छ त या बेइज्जत भएको महसुस हुन्छ, या सेलरोटी खाएपछि म सानो जातको भइहालेँ भन्ने कसैलाई महसुस हुन्छ? हुँदैन। बरु चाहिँ यो चाहिँ हाम्रो देशको उच्च जातिहरूले खाने खाना हो भन्ने हुन्छ नि त। तर घोगी खाने बित्तिकै चाहिँ यो त तराईको थारूले खाने त हो नि भन्ने खालको, या थारूहरूले मुसा खाने हो, यो सुँगुरको मासु खाने हो भन्ने खालको यो खालको कन्सेप्ट चाहिँ हामीमा छ। त्यसकारण खानाको पनि तल्लो लेभलको मान्छेहरूले खाने तल्लो स्तरको खाना, माथिल्लो लेभल जातको मान्छेले खाने चाहिँ माथिल्लो लेभलको खाना भन्ने यो खानामा पनि यो खालको विभेदीकरण गरिएको छ हैन। जसलाई चाहिँ अब जस्तो अर्को कुरा चाहिँ अब जस्तो उहाँ म्याडमले चाहिँ बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्ट चलाइराख्नु भएको छ र थारू खाना काठमाडौँसम्म पनि पुगेको छ। थारू खाना थारूले मात्रै खुवाउन पर्छ भन्ने त होइन। जस्तो थकाली खाना थकालीले मात्रै खुवाएन, जब थकालीले मार्केट लियो त्यसलाई चाहिँ अन्य धेरैले पनि थकाली खानाको रेस्टुरेन्ट होटेलहरू चलाउनु भयो होइन। थारू खानाको पनि अरूले चलाउन सक्छ, नसक्ने होइन। तर चाहिँ मलाई के लाग्छ भने यो खाना जस्तो थारूको ढिक्री घोङ्गीहरू खाना चाहिँ थारूको हो, थकालीको खाना थकालीको हो भने यो जो जातीय पहिचान छ यो जातीय पहिचानलाई पनि यसको एसेन्स पनि एउटा जोगाइराख्नु पर्यो। र त्यो जातिलाई चाहिँ सर्टेन पर्सेन्ट हुन्छ नि एउटा राज्यले कानुन नै बनाएर त्यो बापत भएको जो व्यापार छ या प्रफिट छ त्यो जातिको उत्थानको लागि पनि दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। जस्तो सौराहाबाट वीरेन्द्रजी आउनु भएको छ, त्यहाँ चाहिँ थुप्रै होटेलहरू छ होइन। थारूको होटेल एकदमै कम छ, बाहुन छेत्रीहरूको एकदम धेरै छ, र उहाँहरूले पनि थारू खाना सर्भ गर्नुहुन्छ भने उहाँहरूले गरेको त्यो प्रफिटबाट सौराहाको थारूहरूले के पाउँछ त हैन। थारूको नाम चाहिँ बेच्यो तर थारूले के पायो? त्यसको केही पर्सेन्ट चाहिँ थारूहरूको लागि छुट्याउन पर्ने यो खालको नियमहरू चाहिँ ल्याउनु पर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि मात्रै यो आदिवासी खाना या कुनै पनि जातिको खानालाई अलिकति न्याय हुन जान्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। र खास गरी हाम्रोतिर चाहिँ एउटा यो महुवा भन्ने तपाईँले सुन्नु भएको छ भने महुवा भनेको एउटा प्लान्ट हो हैन। त्यो प्लान्टमा चाहिँ फलहरू हुन्छ जसलाई हामी महुवा भन्छौँ। त्यसको चाहिँ महुवाको रक्सी भन्छ। त्यो एकदमै अर्ग्यानिक रक्सी हुन्छ, एकदमै थारूको पहिचानसँग जोडिएको हो। तपाईँहरू कैलालीतिर बर्दियातिर आउनुभयो भने महुवाको दारू रक्सी चाहिँ चाख्नु होला। त्यसले औषधिको पनि काम गर्छ हैन। अनि के हुन्छ भने अब बजारमा पाउने वाइन हुन्छ हैन, बियर हुन्छ, त्यसको एउटा लेभल हुन्छ। तर हामीले घरमा बनाउने, हामीले त घरमा जाँड बनाउने हो, चामलको रक्सी बनाउने हो, महुवा बनाउने। महुवा जुन ठाउँमा चाहिँ महुवाको जङ्गल छ उहाँहरूले महुवा बनाउने हो भनेको। जस्तो म कैलाली गाउँपालिकाको मान्छे, मेरो गाउँपालिकाले चाहिँ त्यो कुराको ब्रान्ड किन गर्न सक्दैन भन्ने प्रश्न हो कि हैन। अब त स्थानीय सरकार आइसकेको छ भने स्थानीय सरकारले चाहिँ त्यो बरु उहाँहरूले के गर्नुहुन्छ भने पुलिस लगाएर हाम्रो जाँड राख्ने भाँडा चाहिँ भत्काउन चाहिँ आउनुहुन्छ हैन। तर बजारमा वाइन बियरहरू चाहिँ मजाले बेच्न पाउँछ भने हाम्रो संस्कृतिसँग जोडिएको कुरालाई चाहिँ सरकारले जोगाउन जरुरी छ जस्तो लाग्छ। त्यसकारण यो खानाको पोलिटिक्स चाहिँ एकदमै खतरनाक नै छ।
धन्यवाद। पक्कै पनि मैले एउटा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा चाहिँ के भन्न चाहेँ, इन्दु दिदीले कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि जस्तै सौराहा कुरा गर्नुभयो, थारूभन्दा पनि गैर थारूहरूले चाहिँ त्यहाँ होटल खोल्नु भएको छ भनेर। हाम्रो किर्तिपुरमा बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टमा त्यहाँ सबैभन्दा बढी आउने भनेको गैर थारूहरू आउनुहुन्छ घोगी खाना अरे। अनि के अरे सुँगुरको मासु खान गैर थारू नै आउनुहुन्छ बढी अरे। अनि चटनी पनि खान गैर थारूहरू नै आउनुहुन्छ अरे। अनि त्यस्तो कुरा गैर थारूहरूलाई पनि त्यति मन पर्दो रहेछ नि त। अनि किन जातीयताको नाममा एउटा थारू समुदायले खान्छ त्यसलाई घोषपेच गर्ने त्यस्तो शब्दहरू किन हामीले प्रयोग गर्ने भन्ने हुन्छ। जस्तै मैले सङ्कटा भाउजूलाई के सोध्न चाहेँ भने उहाँ बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टको ओनर भएको हुनाले जस्तै मैले पनि धेरै त खाना आउँछन्, कुन समुदायका मान्छेहरू चाहिँ बढी खाना आउँछन् होला त्यहाँ?
हाम्रो रेस्टुरेन्टमा चाहिँ थारूभन्दा पनि गैर थारूहरू बढी खाना आउँछन्। त्यसमा सबभन्दा बढी जाने भनेको ढिक्री अनि घोङ्गी थारू आइटम नै बढी जान्छ। अरू मोमो चाउमिनहरू त हुन्छ नै, त्यसमा सबभन्दा बढी घोङ्गी नै जान्छ।
जस्तै यो खानाको राजनीति भनिराख्दाखेरि खानामा कसरी राजनीतिकरण भइरहेछ, कसरी गइरहेछ, कसैलाई त्यहाँ त्यो ठाउँमा जानको लागि कसरी वर्जित गरिएको छ, कसरी गर्ने र सांस्कृतिक रूपमा हेर्दा पनि त्यसको महत्त्व कसरी छ, त्यो सबै कुरा हाम्रो जनजीवनसँग जोडिएका कुराहरू छन्। खाना होस् या त्यसको रहन सहन होस्, सबै हामीसँग जोडिएका कुराहरू छन्। त्यही भएर आज हामीले विशेष गरेर यहाँ खाना ल्याएको थियौँ, ढिक्री ल्याएका थियौँ, अनि बयरको चटनी थियो हाम्रो, जुन चटनी पिकल होइन, भेरी पिकल। अनि त्यसपछि गएर हाम्रो चुनी बरिया भनेर भन्छौँ, मासको कालो दालको त्यो रोटी जस्तो बनाएको, पकौडा जस्तो बनाएको, अनि विशेष गरेर घोगी थियो त्यसमा, अनि त्यसपछि सिद्रा थियो, अनि त्यसपछि गएर धनियाँको चटनी थियो। अनि यसमा चाहिँ जस्तै त्यो बेरी जुन छ, त्यो अचार छ, त्यो अचार पनि त्यो नदीको छेउछाउमा सानसानो बुट्यानहरूमा त्यो खास गरेर पाउने हो। त्यो भइराख्दाखेरि हामीले माघमा एकदम स्पेसल खाने भनेको त्यो ढिक्री, त्यसपछि गएर ढिक्री, अनि त्यसपछि सुँगुरको मासु, अनि त्यो बयरको चटनी हुन्छ, एकदमै स्पेसल तरिकाले हुन्छ। तर आजभोलि पनि त्यो पाउन एकदमै गाह्रो छ। त्यो जानको लागि मैले भने घोगी जतिको महत्त्वपूर्ण छ जिन्दगीमा हाम्रो, त्यो खानालाई चाहिँ हामीले पाउनको लागि त्यति नै एकदमै गाह्रो छ। अनि त्यसपछि चुनी बरिया जुन भनिरहेछौँ हामीले, त्यो मासको दालको, त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो विवाहमा एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण। यदि केटाको विवाह भयो भने त्यो सगुनको रूपमा हामी लड्डुको रूपमा, या अब अरू समुदायमा लड्डु प्रयोग गरे जस्तो हाम्रो सगुनको रूपमा हामी चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्ने गर्छौँ। आजको लगभग हाम्रो जुन यो सेयरिङ सेसन थियो, जस्तै खानाको फुड पोलिटिक्स, त्यो कल्चरसँग अनि महिलासँग कसरी जोडिएको छ, अनि नेसनल पार्कले चाहिँ त्यसलाई कसरी बन्देजमा पारिरहेछ खानालाई, अनि त्यो केन्द्रीय स्तरमा आउँदाखेरि जुन बन्देज गरेको कुरालाई चाहिँ कसरी नेसनलाइज, कसरी तिनीहरूले चाहिँ यो कुरा चाहिँ हामी पनि खानुपर्छ भने कसरी गैर थारू समुदायहरू पनि खाना आइराख्नु भएको छ। लगभग यस्तो कुरा चलिराख्दाखेरि हाम्रो समय चाहिँ यही अन्त्य भएको छ। हाम्रो माफ गर्नुहोला, तपाईँहरूमध्ये कसैले प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छ थारू खानाको बारेमा, के अझै केही बुझ्न चाहन्छ भने, कसैसँग प्रश्न छ भने प्लिज।
विज्ञसँग सोध्ने हो, आफै व्याख्या गर्छ।
नमस्कार, म बसन्त रञ्जितका। मेरो प्रश्न चाहिँ सबैलाई हो। कस्तो लाग्छ भने जस्तो तपाईँहरूको यो अहिले थारूको मात्र कुरा गर्नुभयो होइन, अहिले विषय थारूको भयो, तर हाम्रो देशमा चाहिँ के भइरहेको छ भन्दाखेरि यो हुन त पञ्चायत भयो, राणा भयो, यो चाहिँ हामीले सहेर बस्यौँ होइन, तपाईँहरूले पनि सहनुभयो, हामीले पनि सह्यौँ, सबै जनजातिहरूले सहेर बस्यो। यसलाई अब भट्काउने भनेर हामीले 62-63 भट्कायौँ, तर फेरि पनि एकदम चर्को राणाहरू, चर्को शाहहरू होइन, चर्को जे होस् थिचोमिचो गर्नेहरू हाम्रै दाजुभाइहरू निस्क्यो। यो चाहिँ अब तपाईँहरूको यो थारूको खाना अनि यो निकुञ्जसँग तारतम्यता मिलाउने कुरा नभएको कुरा चाहिँ कस्तो भयो भने, राज्य कसले सञ्चालन गर्छ त? दारोग बन्यो कसको हातमा छ त? त्यसले अर्थ राख्छ। अब हाम्रो देशमा चाहिँ के भयो भन्दाखेरि खस आर्यहरू अथवा यो जति पनि अब हेर्नु न, सबै पार्टीहरूमा हेर्नुभयो भने खनाल, ओली होइन, दाहाल, देउबा, यिनीहरू नै छ। भोलि आउने यिनीहरूको छोराछोरी पनि यिनीहरू नै आउने हो। जबसम्म तपाईँहरू अब सर्वहारी, चौधरी, महतो, थारू जाँदैन त्यो मत माग्नलाई, अनि तबसम्म तपाईँहरूलाई धपाउने नै हो, हामीलाई पनि धपाउने नै हो। त्यो कुरा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले अब यो चाहिँ स्ट्राटेजिकल्ली कसरी जाने, जस्तो अहिले अब सुरु भएको छ नि, पोखराबाट गणेश पौडेलले सुरु गर्नुभयो, त्यस्तै चाहिँ मेरो विचारमा अब मेची महाकालीमै सुरु गर्नुपर्छ होला। कुनै पार्टी सार्टी नराखिकन सबैले भनौँ न, अब वीरेन्द्रजी नै उठ्नुहोस् न, के फरक पर्छ? निकुञ्जसँग कसरी तारतम्य मिलाउने, निकुञ्जलाई कसरी विकास गर्ने भनेर तपाईँले के गर्नु पर्यो भने योजना बनाउनु पर्यो। हामीले यसरी 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 गरेपछि बाघको सङ्ख्या हामी 5000 पुऱ्याइदिन्छौँ, तपाईँ बनाउनुहोस् न खाका होइन, तपाईँलाई भोट दिन्छ सबैले, भोट एकजना मात्रै दिने हो र त्यत्रो छ होइन। जो हाम्रो नेवार भन्दा पनि तपाईँ थारूहरू त एकदम यस्तरी घेरेर यस्तरी फैलिएर बस्नु भएको छ कि एकदम गर्वको कुरा छ त्यो। अनि त्यसलाई तपाईँ क्यास गर्नुहोस्, यो मौका यही हो। अहिले जुन ठ्याक्क अब स्थानीय चुनाव आउँदैछ त्यो मौकामा चौका गरिहाल्नुहोस्। त्यो हुँदाखेरि अब तपाईँ मात्रै होइन, सबै यो जति पनि पिछडिएको जनजातिहरू छ, पिछडिएको समाज छ, त्यसले अहिले मौकामा चौका गर्ने बेला अहिले आएको छ। त्यही भनेर मैले सेयर गर्न खोजेको। धन्यवाद।
वीरेन्द्र दाइ
एकैछिन। हस्त धन्यवाद तपाईँको क्वेसनको लागि। अघि समय थोरै छ भनेर मैले थोरै कुरा मात्र राखेँ। अझ 2-4वटा त अझै तपाईँलाई यो मन छुने स्टोरी पनि भन्छु राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको। अलिकति अझै तपाईँलाई यो अझै हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। जस्तै चितवनमा चाहिँ मलेरियाको टाइममा 90% थारूको जनसङ्ख्या थियो, 10% चाहिँ बोटे, मुसर, माझी, कुमाल, यो अरू यो चाहिँ एकदमै अरू मार्जिनलाइज कम्युनिटीहरूको जनसङ्ख्या थियो होइन मलेरियाको टाइममा। अब अहिले चितवन सबैभन्दा नेपालको पहिलो यो माइग्रेसन भएको प्रोग्राम गरेको होइन। अहिले हामी चितवनमा जम्मा लगभग 5 देखि 6% मात्रै जनसङ्ख्या छ 7 लाख जनसङ्ख्यामा। भनेपछि अब हामी त झन मार्जिनलाइज भयो। अनि जनसङ्ख्या मिक्स छ होइन, त्यहाँ पोलिटिकल गर्न कति, किनकि पार्टीको अध्यक्ष पनि उनीहरू नै छन् होइन, वाडादेखि लिएर जिल्लासम्मका, यो खास राजनीतिकसँग। अर्को मैले राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको कुरा कहाँनिर जोड्न खोजेँ भने राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको नियमले कसरी असर गरेको थारू यो बोटे मुसरहरूलाई। जस्तै पहिला जग्गा वितरण गर्ने बेला बोटे मुसरले के भन्यो भने माझीहरूले मेरो जिन्दगी त खोलामै छ, मेरो पेसा खोलामा हो, मैले किन जग्गा लिने। उसले जग्गै लिएन। उसले खोलामै माछा मार्छु, यो माछा मारेर म थारूलाई बेच्छु, धान लिन्छु, मेरो जिन्दगी यसरी नै चलाउँछु भनेर उसलाई थाहा थियो। तर उसलाई के थाहा थिएन भने अबको 10 वर्षपछि राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बन्छ, यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जले मलाई माछा मार्न पनि दिँदैन, मेरो पेसा पनि खाइदिन्छ भने उसलाई थाहै थिएन। यता जग्गा वितरण पनि सिद्धियो, यता राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको स्थापना भयो 1973 मा। त्यसपछि सबैभन्दा अहिले दुःखद कुरा उनीहरू न बस्ने घर छ, न उता राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा तपाईँको खुट्टा टेक्यो भने आर्मीले पिटिहाल्छ, कहाँ जाउँ भएको छ। तिनीहरूको जिन्दगी एकदमै ठुलो दर्दनाक छ। अघि एउटा साथीले कहानी बनाउनु भयो, एउटा चेपाङ गयो खोलामा माछा मार्न, आर्मीले यसरी पिट्यो कि 2 दिनपछि त्यो मरिहाल्यो। यस्तो घटना त हाम्रो कति छ। 2007 मा एउटा पोचरै थिएन, एउटा 60 वर्षको एउटा थारू शिखाराम चौधरीलाई कस्टडीमा लगेर यति धेरै पिट्यो कि यहाँको 2टा करङ भाँचेर फोक्सो छेडेर त्यो मर्यो। यति धेरै ठुलो हामी आन्दोलन गऱ्यौँ त्यो बेला। हामी डेथ बडीलाई चाहिँ हामीले एक्सरे गऱ्यौँ, त्यसपछि त्यो सबै देखेपछि मिडियामा गरेपछि बल्लै त्यो वार्डेनहरूलाई राख्यो। तर क्याबिनेट डिसिजनले के गरिदियो भने यो वार्डेनहरूलाई थुन्यो भने राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज चाहिँ भोलि सबै जनावर खत्तम हुन्छ भनेर फेरि क्याबिनेट डिसिजन मुद्दा फिर्ता लिइदियो। भने यति पीडित छौँ हामी होइन। हामी चाहिँ कहिलेकाहीँ घरहरू त मैले भन्न खोजेको कुरा के हो भने हिजो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनाउने बेला हामी आफ्नो त पुर्खाको जग्गा छोडेको हो नि त, हामी एन्सेस्टर ल्यान्ड छोड्यो नि त। तर राज्यले के गर्छ भने यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनाउने सबभन्दा ठुलो यसको क्रेडिट कसले लिन्छ भने कि सेनाले लिन्छ कि सरकारले लिन्छ। जब हामी हाम्रो पुर्खाको जग्गा छोडेछौँ हामीलाई त कुनै क्रेडिटै दिँदैन, जहाँ त्यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनाउने बेला सबभन्दा ठुलो कन्ट्रिब्युसन कसको छ, थारूको छ। किन हामी आफ्नो जग्गा छोड्यो नि त। त्यो यदि थारूले जग्गा नछोड्यो त राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जै बन्दैन थियो नि त। हो यो क्रेडिट कहिले पनि थारूले दिँदैन राज्यले क्या। सबैभन्दा दुःखद कुरा त्यहाँनिर। अर्को दुःखद कुरा के हो भने हामीले त्यो छोड्यौँ। 1996 मा चाहिँ बफर जोन लागू भयो चितवनमा। त्यो भनेको के हो भने बफर जोनको तपाईँहरू जति पनि राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज घुम्नुहुन्छ त्यसको 50% रेभिन्यू बफर जोनमा पैसा आउँछ होइन। तर बफर जोनको को छ मुख्य मान्छे, त्यही ब्राह्मण क्षेत्रीहरू छन्। त्यो पैसा कसले सञ्चालन गर्छ, उहाँहरूले गर्छ। उहाँहरूले केमा त्यो पैसा लागू गर्नुहुन्छ, पिच रोड बनाइदिन्छ। पिच रोड बनाइयो भने त जसको जग्गा छ उसैको जग्गाको भाउ बढ्ने भयो नि त। तर त्यो बोटे मुसेको जसको जग्गा छैन, जो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जबाट पीडित छ त उसलाई त कुनै पनि फाइदा त भएन नि त होइन। हो यस्तो किसिमको पोलिसीहरू छ। जस्तै हामी भर्खर अस्ति इन्दुजी र मैले चितवन राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज र बर्दी राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा हामीले एउटा रिसर्च गऱ्यौँ कि यसको थारूहरूको रिप्रेजेन्टेड कस्तो छ बफर जोनहरूमा, कम्युनिटी फरेस्टहरूमा। बफर जोनहरूमा 65% थारूहरूको बसोबास गर्छ, तर रिप्रेजेन्टेड जम्मा 5% पनि छैन। भने जब त्यो 5% रिप्रेजेन्टेड छैन भने पोलिसी उनीहरूले कसरी बनाउँछ। महिलाको पर्सेन्टेज 0 छ काउन्सिलमा होइन। 22 जना समिति छ, पुरुषहरूको मात्रै छ। महिलाहरू जब त्यहाँ बढ्दैन भने उसले कसरी आफ्नो कुरा अधिकार राख्छ हो यो किसिमको समस्या चाहिँ जस्तै अनि अर्को कुरा जस्तै सबभन्दा हाम्रो दुःखद कुरा के छ भने हिजो मलेरियाको टाइममा हस्पिटल थिएन थारू चितवनमा भनेपछि कोही मान्छे बिरामी भयो भने के हुन्थ्यो भने जो थारू हिलर छ उनीहरूको जडीबुटी राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जबाट जडीबुटी ल्याएर उनीहरूले ट्रिट गर्थ्यो अहिले राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज बनेपछि के दियो भने त्यो ठ्याक्कै ब्लक भयो त्यो जब कुनै पनि गुरौले थारूहरूले जब त्यो राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जबाट त्यो जडीबुटी टिप्दैन भने उसले आफ्नो नयाँ जेनेरेसनलाई आफ्नो नलेज त सिकाउन ट्रान्सफर त गर्न पाएन हामी 10 वर्ष अगाडि गुरुहरूको एउटा चाहिँ लिस्टिङ गरेको थियौँ कति जडीबुटी जानेको रहेछ उनीहरू 130 डिफ्रेन्ट टाइप अफ उनीहरूको मेडिसिन प्लान्टको हामी लिस्टिङ गऱ्यौँ त्यो भनेको के हो भने थारूहरूको त्यो नलेज त गयो नि त्यो थारूको नलेज मात्र गएन नि त त्यो नेपाल सरकारकै एउटा सम्पत्ति थियो नि त थारूको नलेज त जडीबुटीको त्यो नलेज पनि त गयो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यस्तो कुराहरूमा चाहिँ हामी धेरै ठुलो विधेयक छौँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जमा
बसन्तजीले उठाएको कुरा निकै जायज हो यही छ विडम्बना अब थारूहरू चाहिँ गाउँको अगुवा बर्गर बन्न चाहिँ रुचि देखाउँछ तर बर्खरमा चाहिँ टिएडिए केही पनि हुँदैन तर जनप्रतिनिधिमा खासै रुचि छैन र यदि रुचि देखायो भने त्यो चाहिँ त्यत्तिकै हराउँछ उसलाई कसरी हराउने त्यहाँ चाहिँ प्रपञ्च रचिहालिन्छ अब फुड पोलिटिक्समा के छ भने जस्तै थारूहरूले गैर थारू जतिलाई पनि आफ्नो भान्साभित्र छिराउँछ तर निकै कम थारू होला जो गैर थारूको भित्रमा चाहिँ एलाउ हुन्छ कि उसलाई यहाँ पनि ठुलो राजनीति चलिरहेको जस्तो लाग्छ अब अहिले थरुहट एरियामा त्यहाँको होटलहरूमा थारू फुडलाई मात्रै प्रमोसन गरिदियो भने ठुलो कुरा हुन्छ समस्या के छ भने ठुलो होटलमा लगानी गैर थारूको छ अनि विकास बजेटको नाउँमा जति पनि ठुल्ठुलो कार्यक्रम हुन्छ त्यो थारूको भागमा त पुग्दैन के जस्तै आज हामीले यहाँ थारू खाना खायौँ कमसेकम एउटा होटलको सानो प्रमोट भयो त्यति मात्रै त्यो थारू खानाको स्थानीय लेभलमा कार्यक्रम गरेर प्रमोट गरिदिनु भनेपछि त्यसले पनि स्थानीय लेभलमा उहाँहरू चाहिँ अन्य व्यापारमा आफ्नो थारू खानालाई प्रवर्धन गर्नलाई आउने मौका मिल्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ तर त्यो चाहिँ देखिएको छैन अब यसमा चाहिँ के छ भने जस्तै अब सहर बजारमा आयौँ भनेपछि यतैको चाउमिन र मोमोमा हाम्रो पनि जिब्रो बस्न थाल्यो किन घरमा त्यो पाक्न छोड्यो के थारू परिकारहरू त्यो परिकार खाना त गाउँमै जानु पर्यो अनि खानाको प्रवर्धन मेरो विचारमा जसरी शिक्षा अन्तर्गत मातृभाषाको पढाइ स्कुलमा लागू नहुँदासम्म हाम्रो भाषा जोगिँदैन नि त्यस्तै अब हामीले यसलाई व्यापारी गर्न सकेन भनेपछि हाम्रो हाम्रो आमाहरूले जान्नुभएको यो खाना बनाउने आइटम छ यो चाहिँ हराउँछ जस्तो लाग्छ जस्तै अघि हामीले घुँगी खायौँ मलाई लाग्छ यो घुँगीलाई पनि अलिकति पिरो बनाउनुपर्छ होला नेवारीहरूको खाना र थारूको खाना भनेपछि त्यसको टिपिकल स्वाद भनेकै पिरो नै हो के मिठेमा मिर्बा लेकिन बाबैमा कोरु खाउँ कि छोरू भन्छ के निकै पिरो छ तर एकदम मिठो छ के गर्नु अब खाउँ कि छोरू त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अब यसलाई पनि अलिकति ध्यान दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ अब अहिले हाम्रो पुरन चौधरी हुनुहुन्छ थारू खाना सँगसँगै त्यो जापानी खानालाई पनि जोड्नु भएको छ निकै छ तपाईँहरूले सुन्नुभएको छ कि छैन दाङसँग साइनो जोडिएका धेरैलाई थाहा छ होला थारूहरूमा भालेलाई पनि भ्यासुक्टुमी गर्ने रहेछ जसलाई चाहिँ हामीले बढिया भाले भन्छौँ सरकारी अफिसर भएर जाने मान्छेले अहिले पनि त्यहाँको पुरानो मान्छेसँग मगाउने भनेको त्यो बढिया भाले नै हो अहिले बढिया भालेको मूल्य 45,000-5,000 पर्छ 1 किलोको होस् कि आधा किलोको होस् कि 2 किलो 3 किलोको होस् त्यसको मासुको स्वाद नै अर्कै हुन्छ त्यसैले मैले त के देख्छु भनेपछि बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टले त्यो बढियालाई के भन्छ भालेलाई बढिया गराउने भेसुक्टी गराउने एउटा शुक्रबार शनिबार प्रदर्शन पनि गरोस् देखाओस् पनि होइन प्रत्यक्ष रूपले यसरी हामी बढिया गर्छौँ भनेर अनि त्यसको परिकार पनि बनाओस् त्यो त सम्भव छ त हामीसँग चाहिँ विभिन्न किसिमका ज्ञान गुणका कुराहरू छन् त्यसले हामीले अलिकति प्याकेज बनाएर सेल गर्न मात्र नजानेको जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ
धन्यवाद अब इन्दु दिदीलाई
कस्तो राम्रो प्रश्न उठाउनु भयो अब हाम्रो देश त खनाल दाहाल देउबा या राणाहरूले चलाएको देश भयो नि त अनि उहाँहरूले एक खालले आफ्नो कुराहरू मात्रै इम्पोज गर्नुभयो हामीमाथि अनि यो हाम्रो जति पनि आदिवासीहरूको खाना छ या थारूहरूको खाना छ यसको चाहिँ हत्या भएको भन्छु के म चाहिँ होइन हामीलाई चाहिँ घोङ्गी खाने घोङ्गी पनि भन्दैन फेरि के सङ्ख्या किरा भन्छ मलाई यहाँ स्नेल्स लेखेको देखेर नि स्नेल्सलाई नेपालीमा ट्रान्सलेट गर्दाखेरि सङ्ख्या किरा नै हुन्छ कि घोङ्गी पनि हुन्छ भनेर मलाई चाहिँ मनमा लागिरहेको थियो हामी चाहिँ सङ्ख्या किरा भनेको अर्कोलाई भन्छौँ जुन चाहिँ हामी खाँदैनौँ हैन तर घोङ्गीलाई हामी सङ्ख्या किरा भन्दैनौँ घोङ्गी मात्रै भन्छौँ र घोङ्गी खान्छौँ हामी सङ्ख्या किरा खाँदैनौँ है त्यस कारणले त्यहाँ पनि मलाई अलिकति जिज्ञासा चाहिँ लागिरहेको थियो यो के हो भनेर अनि हाम्रो खानाहरूको यसरी हत्या भएको छ कि त्यसकारण यसलाई चाहिँ कल्चरल जेनोसाइड भन्दा चाहिँ धेरै अनर्थ लाग्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन हैन अब जेनोसाइड भनेको मान्छेको हत्या गर्नु मात्रै एउटा त भयो हैन भनेको मान्छेकै मृत्यु भयो हत्या भयो भने त्यसलाई कति ठुलो रूपमा लिन्छ तर खानाको हत्या पनि भइरहेको छ यहाँ सँगसँगै भन्ने लाग्छ त्यसकारण यो चाहिँ एक खालको कल्चरल जेनोसाइड नै हो
धन्यवाद लगभग हाम्रो कार्यक्रम समाप्त भइसकेको छ पक्कै पनि मान्छेलाई सिद्ध्याउनु छ भने उसको कल्चर अनि त्यसको ल्याङ्ग्वेजलाई भाषालाई मार्दिनुपर्छ मान्छेको पहिचान त्यसै नै अटोमेटिक तरिकाले त्यो सकिन्छ भन्ने पनि छ यति बेरसम्म धैर्य धारण गरेर सबैजनाले फुड पोलिटिक्सको बारेमा अनि थारू खानाको बारेमा जिज्ञासापूर्वक बसिदिनु भयो सुनिदिनु भएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद छ त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रो आज स्पिकर हुनुहुन्थ्यो बर्गर रेस्टुरेन्टको ओनर सङ्कटा चौधरी त्यस्तै गरेर इन्दु थारू एक्टिभिस्ट पोएट अनि त्यस्तै गरेर आर्टिस्ट अनि त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रो वीरेन्द्र महतो त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रो कृष्ण सर्वहारीजी हुनुहुन्छ सम्पूर्णलाई धन्यवाद भन्दै म बिदा हुन्छु म उर्मिला गम्वा थारू नमस्कार
इन्दुजीले भन्नुभयो कि शङ्खकिरा चाहिँ खाँदैनौँ घुङ्गी खान्छौँ भनेर हाम्रो यहाँ यता चाङइनमान भन्ने आर्टिस्ट हुनुहुन्छ उहाँले चाहिँ ताइवानमा जापानिज कोलोनाइजेसनको बेलामा चाहिँ कसरी यो ठुलो अफ्रिकन जायन्ट स्नेल इन्ट्रोड्युस भयो अनि त्यहाँको इन्डिजिनियस कम्युनिटीले चाहिँ कसरी त्यसलाई एडाप्ट गर्यो भनेर त्यसको बारे काम छ र उहाँले पनि स्नेल रेसिपी भनेर विभिन्न रेसिपीहरू चाहिँ त्यहाँ लेख्नु भएको छ त्यो टेक अवे गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईँले प्लिज गो एन्ड सी इट लगायत त्योसँगै आज अहिले यो भर्खरै कन्भर्सेसनमा जोडिने र तर नेपाल बाहिरको देशको अरू विभिन्न देशको नि सिमिलर पोलिटिकल सिचुएसनको बारे चाहिँ कामहरू छ त्यो पनि हेर्नु होला र आई वुड लाइक टु नाउ इन्भाइट आवर नेक्स्ट स्पिकर उरियलको आज फ्लाइट पनि छ सो इज रिटर्निङ ब्याक and he's gonna this is like his last evening over here in Nepal. Uriel Orlow lives and works between London and Lisbon. He is an artist and writer known for his modular multimedia installation that take specific location and event as starting point and bring different image, resume, and narrative mode into correspondence. Uriel's practice is research-based, process-oriented, and multidisciplinary, including film, photography, drawing, and sound. His work focuses on specific location and micro-histories and bring different image resumes and narrative modes into correspondence. His work is concerned with residue of colonialism, spatial manifestation of memory, blind spot of representation and plants as political actors. अनि उरियलको तोरीबारी चाहिँ उता पारी छ हेर्नु होला त्यो पनि र उरियलको तोरीबारीलाई is actually तोरीबारी over there. अनि हाम्रो टिमबाट चाहिँ सञ्जीव महर्जनजी जगदीश मोक्तानजी सुजन त्यसपछि गरेर हाम्रो विशाल कमलले चाहिँ मिलेर सबैको कलेक्टिभ इफोर्टमा चाहिँ बनेको हो
Now it works. Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. And actually, I wanted to also begin with the thanks to the whole team who have been amazing and without whom this work wouldn't exist. It's really been a dialogue and it's been a long journey that started in 2019 and has changed, has taken various detours and and alleyways, but it's been extremely interesting and enriching. And I'm very happy to be here. And I will talk a little bit about my practice and then end with the work that is here. I've been interested for a while in plants as actors in history and politics, and trying to think of plants not just as bystanders or backdrops to our actions, but actually being kind of intimately involved in human history. And this sort of interest started or was sparked through a visit of the Botanical Garden in Cape Town, South Africa. We can go on, which we see here at the foot of the Table Mountain. And what I noticed was that all the plants were labeled in English and Latin. And this really struck me in a country that has 11 official languages and many more besides. And 25 years after the end of apartheid, we have a national botanical garden with plant labels in English and Latin, and you would find that in a lot of places all over the world. So I started to think about how the very earliest botanical expeditions accompanied the colonial project from the beginning, with European botanists and others charting the country, looking for new plants which were new to them but were of course known to the local population, and naming them using the Linnaean system of classification with the kind of two Latin names of the family and the species, and thus imposing not just names but also a way of thinking the world, of classifying the world, of organizing the world, which is itself quite violent, because everything needs to have one place and it needs to be categorized and controlled in that way. So it's both this kind of rational system of hierarchical classification of the natural world and language that created an imposition, which in a sense we're still living with. Even after the end of the many colonialisms or the official end, this is something that happens, is actually continuing, because it's in our minds, it's in the books, it's in the universities, and it's become this universal language to talk about plants and other things. So what I started doing was traveling through South Africa and recording plant names in a dozen or more local languages, and creating a plant dictionary. We can go on. What plants were called before they had a name, which is literally a kind of audio garden of plant names in these 12 or 13 languages. And we can just maybe hear a very small excerpt in the next slide. Yes, this one. Maybe if you click one more time, the sound comes up.
Umulu, Hana, Umkulu, Sifutafu, Ludvonga, Mpasanghala, Isidwadwa, Uchupu. Isifiti, Mabele, Tandoti, Mamileng, Mogodiri, Kamaku, Musete, Mothwane, Mutiba Difate.
Thank you. So it was really trying to think about this oral tradition of local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and trying to create a space for it which would not be absorbed, which would not be about mastering it. So there is no translation, there are no images of the plants, it's literally the presence, the oral presence of these plant names. I also started some research in the the library of the Botanical Garden in Cape Town, and in the cellar I came across a box with 12 rolls of 16mm films, and these films hadn't been watched since 1963 when they were made, and nobody knew what they were. So I asked if I could transfer them so we can see what's on the films. And what I saw was that the films were commissioned in 1963 for the 50th anniversary celebrations of the Botanical Garden in Cape Town. And the films depicted the celebrations, the dances, the national dances, which were Dutch dances mostly, the visitors, which were white mostly, and what we could see in a sense is how nature was used as a tool to promote nationalism. So thinking about what could be called botanical nationalism. So using this idea of this land belongs to us, these plants belong to us, in order to promote a sense of belonging in a colonial apartheid context. So what I was thinking about is how can we show this work, these images or archives, and at the same time not reproduce the representational violence contained in them, and actually intervene. So I worked with a friend of mine, an actor, Lindiwe Machikiza, and we projected the films, and she steps into the films and inhabits the images, confronts the images, and in a sense, through this, we are able to imagine almost a parallel history, an alternative history. And yeah, so we can just see a few images. So she interacts with the images. We also see something else, which comes up in a minute after these dances, how kind of science was used in order, again, to greenwash the apartheid regime and its violence, and invite a lot of scientists from abroad to visit the Botanical Garden and also study the amazing flora at the Cape. So what could be called flower diplomacy. South Africa kind of actively used plants to promote itself because plants were not included in the boycott. Nobody thought that flowers could be political. So cultural events were banned, but flowers were okay. So South Africa took part in the flower shows in London and New York and won prizes. We can go on. This is the visit of the foreign botanists. So this is a kind of form of greenwashing, of course, a kind of early form. And you can see this film in this pavilion at the very end on a screen. I'm also showing another work in the Taragaon Museum, which is called The Crown Against Mafavuge. And it's about a court case from 1940 that I came across in South Africa, where an indigenous healer, Mafavuge Nkobo, was accused by the white medical establishment of not sticking to tradition and using Western ingredients in his traditional medicines. So there was this kind of threat to the Western order that things were being mixed, tradition was not static, was actually evolving, and this kind of confrontation between modernity and tradition. And I found the entire transcript of the court case in the National Archives in Pretoria. And again, I thought it's really interesting what is played out in this court case, so I wanted to restage it. And we filmed it in the Palace of Justice in Pretoria with a very small cast of actors who switch roles, because again I was concerned with kind of assigning roles to you are the perpetrator, you are the victim, and that people are assigned these kind of clear roles. And also the film only had men. The original court case only had men, and I didn't want to make a film like this. And the last thing, which was very problematic about the court case, was that the accused, Mafavuge Nkobo, never actually got to speak. So through researching an indigenous healers association that he founded, I managed to create a kind of voice for him. So we can see maybe 2 minutes, and if you want to see the whole film, you can see it in the Patan Museum.
Now, Kog, here I am in a court of law, accused of a crime of healing people, accused of treating their ailments, accused of learning from a white man.
You were employed by the accused between June 1931 and November 1939.
Yes, I was.
Have you seen many native medicine men?
Yes.
Generally, what do they deal with?
Roots, bugs, herbs, skins.
What is male fern?
It is the extract of the root of the male fern, which is a plant.
Where does it grow?
In England chiefly, and I believe on the continent.
Does it grow in South Africa?
I believe some species of male fern are cultivated here.
But it is not indigenous to this country.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Do you know what is a native medicine?
I can only express an opinion as far as that is concerned.
They insist that our medicine has to remain native, both in origin and composition, whilst they themselves, bona ngokwabo, have brought ujalamba and male fan here. But the real reason they've brought me in front of this court is that my business is too successful. They don't like the fact that an African competes with their pharmacies. They don't like that by combining the ancient art of Bantu healing with their knowledge, we appeal both not only to the modern African in the cities, but also the Europeans.
Now, I want you to look at these bottles here in court. Which are those that you say you saw being prepared on the premises?
Yonke imithi endlalweni ayagawa ngubaba uMapholongo. Yonke yesilungu futhi nayo yesintu.
Now, Kog.
We can go to the next. Actually, we can just go through this quite quickly. Yes, next. Okay. Which brings me to the work that I made site-specifically here, which is called Tukeba, or After Yellow. And it started actually in a different place, around the Fine Art Academy, where we were also initially thinking that we might exhibit. And I started doing kind of speaking to people and looking at the area there. And what struck me was that, specifically in that area, but I think in lots of other places too, in the Kathmandu Valley, there is a very kind of living memory of architectural practices in the city, because the city has evolved so quickly that it's kind of replaced agriculture in living memory. And I started to get interested in this, in kind of how people remember these architectural practices, and we started doing oral history. And as the plans changed, and the venue changed, and the dates changed, my focus fell on the mustard plant, which was quite famously sort of cultivated in the Koken village south of Kathmandu, which has a long tradition of cultivating mustard, or oriental mustard, tori, and producing the mustard oil, which is used for cooking, but also for medicinal purposes. And I guess what is interesting there, or what started to interest me, was various things. The indigenous technologies that were kind of evolved around 600 years ago of a kind of cooperative mill system, which would produce the mustard oil. And also how mustard itself has kind of traveled from the foothills of the Himalayas all over the world. It's a very common plant. It's cultivated in Denmark, in the US. It's cultivated in lots of different places now. But this particular variety actually stems from here. So there's a kind of local anchor, but it also speaks to a kind of globalization through seeds and cultivation. And this immaterial and physical heritage is also threatened for various reasons. There is also the kind of the threat, an economic threat, and the competition of prices, mustard seeds from other places that are cheaper than the seeds that are produced here. So there's a kind of a capitalist market threat. And then there is also the kind of urbanization threat that slowly the villages around Kathmandu are also engulfed in urbanization. And a very specific project, the fast track road, which is supposed to run through there, and where the government has already started to expropriate or to acquire for very cheap money fields, mustard fields from the people in Kokana. So it's threatened on a number of levels. So for me, I was thinking it would be nice to create a kind of homage to this tradition. And so we created a garden here, the Tukeba or the Toribari, which is a mustard field in the shape of the traditional mill that is being used to produce the oil. So we planted in November and it's flowering now. And eventually we will also make the oil from it. So there is a kind of whole cycle. So what we see now is just one moment in this garden that connects to another place, which itself connects to a much longer heritage. This is the oil from the mechanical mill that is still being used. And here we see the valley around Kokana and the mustard fields actually from yesterday. This picture is from yesterday. And the road, can we go back maybe? And the road which is supposed to go in the back there, and there is still ongoing demonstrations which have been suppressed quite violently. So it's a very controversial project. And maybe in the next slide. So this is the traditional mustard mill that is still being used actively. It's kind of a hand worked mill. At the back we see the roasting of the seeds, and at the front we see the wheel that is being used to turn the mill, which is the shape of the garden. And this is it being in use yesterday. And that's the garden that I invite you to visit afterwards while it's still light. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Hello, my name is Silesh. I was interested in your Kokona comparison with the French mustard. You were talking about that. I would like to, one thing that you said was the plant mustard was taken from the Kathmandu Valley to the European countries. Can you elaborate on that a bit, please?
Well, I mean, it's tricky because now there's various varieties of mustard that are being cultivated, but this particular variety, Oriental mustard, it comes from this area, not necessarily just the Kathmandu Valley, but all around the foothills of the Himalayas, and it started to be exported in other places and cultivated in other places.
So comparing the texture and taste, what difference did you find between the productions of here and abroad?
Well, actually, one of the differences, which is also why the oil production in Koken is threatened, is that the mustards that are cultivated outside of Nepal, for some reason, produce a higher yield. So you need about 3 kilograms of those seeds to make 1 liter of mustard oil, and you need about 4 to 5 of the coconut seeds to produce 1 liter of oil. So, which means that it's cheaper to import the mustard seeds from New Zealand or Ukraine, actually, and other places, because you need less. And why that is, I don't know yet. I'm trying to find out.
If there's any other question. Okay, thank you, Uriel.
Thank you.
And please go see Uriel's Story Valley over there. Yeah, connecting to Koken, Koken is believed to be Kathmandu's one of the oldest settlement, and we're going to welcome Alina Tamrakar to describe a little bit more about Kathmandu's settlement, ancient settlement, and the work she has been doing, collecting oral history with her team Bakhanyanewa. And her major research currently, which is also exhibiting at the Taragaon Museum here, is about Yanya Festival, and she's going to elaborate more about it. Alina Tamrakar is an architect by education and heritage enthusiast by passion, and along with, and she's been working in this field, heritage conservation field after the earthquake of 2015, and along with the tangible heritage, she's actually interested in the intangible counterpart of it and how the Western counterpart actually miss it.
Hello, thank you, Shilashaji. Hello, everyone, and I would like to present on, I'll basically be talking about Newa heritage and specifically on the topic, like Shilasaji said, on Yanya festival. So what is heritage, and my perspective on what we have been knowing about it, we have been living, we have been seeing, and how are we passing it ahead to the next generation, and why it is important to keep the conversation alive so that we can transfer it to the next generation sustainably. So Kathmandu Valley, as we know, it is said that it was formed after the huge lake was drained out from here. And ever since, the civilization, the population which has been living here, the indigenous people, the Newa, it is more than just the population. It is it is connected to the whole ecosystem that comes with it and the civilization of Newa. So Newa culture, it is an amalgam of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, making it a living heritage. So me, myself, being a part of this culture, Newa culture, belonging to a Newa family, I've been taking part in the intricate detailed rituals, tradition, and cultural part of it since I was small. And especially, I belong to a family who take each of these rituals, festivals, and very small details have been taken into consideration till now. And so, but then, even though I have been part of this culture, celebrating festivals and being part of all the rituals, the question of what we are doing, why we are doing that, and the reason behind, the logic behind the festivals was always a question, and the question was in my mind. So looking at the heritage of Kathmandu, if you see it, the scale, it's amazing that the scale of the heritage ranges from a simple stone lying in the middle of the road to a majestic monuments that we see in Kathmandu Darbar Square, in the Darbar Square UNESCO World Heritage Sites that we see. So this morning we were on a heritage walk and I was showing around how, you know, a simple stone, it may not have a meaning to a passerby or someone riding a vehicle right in the street must be complaining about why is this a stone lying in the middle of the road creating this huge traffic. But then at the same time, if you come and look at it at a particular time of the year when people are actually revering it and celebrating a festival, you'll come to know its meaning and how important it is for the people to whom it belongs. So like I was saying, I was talking about the Yenya festival. If you are living in Kathmandu and if you have been here during past monsoon time when this festival is there, you must have noticed this addition of some monuments, some display artifacts, something is going on here and other thing is going on right around the corner and people are just enjoying themselves. So what I want to say is that the city opens up to the past grandeur, how elaborate it is, depending upon what time you visit it and where you are. So being in the right place at the right time is very crucial if you want to witness that, how, detailed, how it's amazing to see. So if you are here during that festival, do visit and take part. So for me, the earthquake of 2015 took a turn in my the way I saw heritage as well. So the earthquake of 2015 took down so many of the tangible heritage, but then it was amazing to see that the intangible proceedings and practices, they continued, even though there was no temple, but then when time came, when the particular festival is there, people are there doing their thing, carrying out the ritual. So earthquake, as much as it was a disaster, of course, but it also came with an opportunity to look into depth of what we have. I'm not just talking about the tangible, like me myself being an architect and being involved in documentation of the tangible structure of the temples and monuments, but also the intangible, what we have been, what was holding it all together was a very good opportunity that we had. So just now we were talking about how I'm working with my team of Bakha Neniwa to document the oral stories, the intangible part of the heritage that we have. It all started when the earthquake took down this monument that is called Kashta Mandap, and when it came down, we were all involved in kind of campaigning for proper rebuilding of it, or we were documenting it, carrying out the voluntary works for it, and the team members came together. We were documenting the tangible, and also it came around that we should also record the stories related to Kashta Mandap, since Kashta Mandap is one of the oldest monuments and it is from where Kathmandu actually got its name. So while doing that, we started collecting stories related to Kashta Mandap, and later on we thought that why just Kashta Mandap? We should spread out and collect these oral stories, because oral stories, although they are very entertaining and good to listen to, at the same time they are saying a lot of things about our heritage which has been passed on from generation to generation in the form of very, magical form and with myths and legends. Of course, it adds a value to it, but then what I try to say is that it is not just the stories, it is not just imaginative things. There are certain things hidden in form of stories that we need to pass it on to the next generation. So this is the photo of the first ever Bakha Neniwa storytelling session that we held, and we further moved ahead to collect, record, and document oral stories of other places of Kathmandu Valley as well. So, Bakha Neniwa, the term itself, it is in Nepal Bhasha, and what does it mean is, it literally means come listen to stories. So, oral story has been the integral part of Newa culture I'm sure so many of us, we have grown up listening to stories from our grandmothers, grandfathers. So that has been a part of our culture from a long time ago. So these stories, they actually give meaning and logic behind the detailed rituals, festivals, art, architecture, food culture, and heritage. And like I said, it is delivered to us in the form of myths and legends. So now I would like to specifically talk about the Yenya festival, which I have taken as a topic to exhibit in the Kathmandu Triennale. So like I said, if you are here, you must have experienced what Yenya means and the amount of street festival Kathmandu comes up to when it comes to Yenya. It is a week-long festival that takes place right after the monsoon season here in Kathmandu, when people finish their plantation period, and then so that week-long festival includes so many of the layers and details of the details that it is very difficult to note what is going on where. At one place, it is the people are worshipping all kinds of bhairavs, and the display of huge masks of bhairavs are on display. And on the other hand, there is mask dances performed in different corners. There's pulukishi, there's lakhe dance, and there's deep yakwa happening in some platforms. So there are so many things that goes on during that 7 days, 8 days period of time that the mapping started just to note what is going on where. And to be honest, I personally just wanted to, for me myself, I just wanted to create a poster of which day, what are the things happening, so that I can manage the time and which element I want to go and see. So, but then once I started looking into the details of what is going on where and which are the elements, it was very much detailed, and it contains so many information that I had to use Google Map to pin all of the elements and all of the events, including who is doing what, who are the people behind it, who are the guti that are running, and how are they doing it. So that is how the concept of mapping began. So this is how it started, and I shared it online with my friends and people. So just like I said, in addition to just the public celebration of the festival, it is also important to know the reason, process of these rituals and proceeding. If you want next generation to take it ahead, pass it on. So in addition to the mapping, we also, with the help of my team, Baka Nenewa, we conducted storytelling sessions of each of the elements. And we are still, the process is still ongoing. And in the exhibition, you can find 4 of such stories that we have already completed. And we are still ongoing process of collecting the stories and conducting storytelling sessions. So how did we do that? Is that we consulted directly the stakeholders of who are behind the scene of running these rituals and festivals. And we carry out the storytelling session in a live storytelling format in their own spaces. Like if we are talking about lakhe dance, we go to the lakhe nani in the lakhe che and sit in the traditional format, just like we are sitting in Sukul right now. We have this traditional format of, we have a storyteller sitting in the front. We have we light up a sukunda, and then we put bakampa, which is like popcorn, in front, so that once the storytelling session is over, we distribute the popcorns, and then we have question answer sessions. So we make use of their own spaces, so also to emphasize on these spaces that we often don't look at it. So this is one of the pictures of such storytelling sessions that was conducted in Azudya Dega in Wonga, which is also called Indra Chok. So this one is from Moru, where who put up the Indra Machan in Moru. So this is the bakampa that I was talking about earlier. The bakampa was kept so that children could be attracted to it and they would sit through the whole session of story. They will also listen to stories, and at the end of the stories, they would get the popcorn as a incentive to listen to the story. And we sometimes also carry out heritage walk so that we can see those spaces that comes in the story beforehand. We start with the storytelling session so that emphasizes on, that gives people more idea about what we are talking about. And we post these stories on Facebook Live. We invite live audiences to come and listen stories with us. So the next step that we took is like, it's also important that we tell about these stories to children. So Baka Nenewa as a group, we also published our first book on the first ever session of Baka Nenewa session that we did. This is on the Gula Parva of Kathmandu and what is the importance of these musical instruments. And this is the book that we have. We also aim to take these stories to younger generation with illustrations and stories in a simpler manner that they can understand and learn. So not just the Yenya festival, we are also trying to include other festivals, like this one is from the Biska Jatra of Bhaktapur. We also had Biska Jatra of Timi, and we are carrying out the mapping process and also the storytelling session of other elements as well. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much. Also, I would like to thank my friends and families who have been here, and also team members of Baka Nenewa are here to support me. And we also have one of the storytellers, Guru Yogimanpati Bajracharya. I'm so thankful to him that he came here, all the way here, to support us, and he's been constant support and providing us all of the stories that we are looking for. Thank you so much.
तपाईहरुको एलिना जीसँग के जिज्ञासा प्रश्नहरु छ भने, if you have any question, thoughts, comments to Elina ji, please.
Elina ji, I really enjoyed your presentation and everyone else's as well. I'm just curious, are these story sessions for public or like only for special invitees?
Thank you so much for your question. Of course, these stories are public because that is our intention. Main intention is that the main audience of these stories are the live audiences, and you and I including. But yeah, it is always, the venues are always public, and we give information about which event is going on where in our Facebook page, which is also in the same name, Baka Nenewa. But sometimes, most of the times, I have to say this, most of the times the stories are in Nepal Bhasha, because the community that comes here, we give that choice of language to them. So sometimes people find it difficult to learn the language is a problem, but that is not an issue. We have had session where at the end of the session in Nepal Bhasha, we also translate it in Nepali as well as in English. So yes, it is open to all.
Yeah, it would be great if we could also get the information when you're doing Facebook Live or on social media, and then maybe we can also share with the people or the interested people on social media.
Yes, of course. We publish the posters 1 week ahead of the program and give all the details on where the event is going on. And for people who have difficulty in understanding the local language, we also later on post-process the video, keeping related pictures and videos, and subtitles are also provided. We are working on it, but since we are we all are working voluntarily in this, we are slightly lagging behind in completing the task. But then, other than that, all of the sessions are open to public, and we try to bring out the information about the event at least 1 week ahead.
Okay,
we look forward to having you in the next session.
Get in touch with you.
Thank you.
थ्याङ्क यू एलिनाजी आजको यो अब लामो सेयरिङ सेक्सन अन्त्यमा आइसकेको छ इट्स बिन अ लङ intense sharing section. So our last speakers are Tashi Lama, Koken Ergun, and our researcher Vibhustuti Thapa. So Tashi Lama is a visual artist based in Kathmandu, Nepal. He completed his bachelor's in fine art, majoring in studio art from Kathmandu University, Department of Art. Tashi is also trained in the traditional Thangka painting style and is interested in merging contemporary influences in his style to tell present-day stories around him. He is a part of Akriti Collective, an artist collective based in Bhaktapur. So Tashi, Koken, and Vibhustuti has been working collaboratively for the new project, which you can explore at Bahadur Shah Baitak, one of the Kathmandu Triennale venues. Koken Ergun, born 1976, Istanbul. May I hope I haven't misinterpreted your name, no? Mistranslated your name. He's a filmmaker and video artist. His works mainly deal with the different ways rituals are used to maintain communities and national states. Ergun works collaboratively with its subjects over an extended period of time and often involves contributions of ethnographers, historians, and sociologists. Having studied acting at the Istanbul University, Ergun completed his postgraduate studies in ancient Greek literature at King's College London and in performance studies and anthropology at Free University Berlin. His film received several awards at film festivals, including the Tiger Award for Short Film at the 2007 Rotterdam Film Festival and the Special Mention Prize at the 2013 Berlinale. Ergun's films are included in public art collections such as the Centre Pompidou, Museum of Contemporary Art at Athens, Start Museum Berlin, and Curtis Foundation. Yeah. So, Vibhustuti Thapa is a researcher, writer, and editor currently based in Nepal. Their research interests lie at the intersection of language and arts, environmental studies, public health, and psychological and sociological studies. She is interested in community-centered research that seeks to highlight diverse stories of lives shaped by distinct ideological identities. Vibhustuti holds degree in psychology as well as globalization studies and is currently teaching English in addition to her involvement with Kathmandu Triennale. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here, finally to be able to meet team to team, because we've been working online on Zoom, we've been doing everything. And I, unfortunately, because of a positive COVID test, I had to quarantine and I couldn't attend the opening. So I just arrived like a few hours ago. So I'm seeing Tashi first time in the flesh and Tuti first time in the flesh, but we've been meeting every week more than once sometimes, and then we kind of really managed to make a COVID piece. Everything was done remotely, and you can see the works in Bahadur Shah. Okay. That beautiful place where the curators decided to put works dealing with cartography in one space, which I think from the pictures I've seen look amazing. I just want to make a little intro because I want Tashi and Tuti to talk more. The origin of this project started with my interest for many years in China's global expansion. especially by way of its Belt and Road Initiative. You probably heard, because there are a lot of demonstrations here in Nepal as well. By the way, 28, what happened? 28, the announcement was made. They accepted it, okay. So we've been discussing these geopolitical issues very much in between us. When I got invited by the curators of the Kathmandu Triennale to think of a piece, a new piece in Nepal, I already had the idea I'm a filmmaker, first of all. I make films normally, but because of Corona, I decided to change my practice, which is a quite radical change in the practice of a documentary filmmaker. I dropped the camera. I decided to collaborate with local artists in different parts of the world. Instead of making a film on China's global expansion, I decided to map it using cartography as a technique. So it's a research of almost 3 years. Tuti is the most recent researcher working in this project. She's the head researcher, and we call Tuti the producer of this piece, because without her it would be impossible to put together all these pieces together. But before, we developed researches in Hong Kong, mainland China, in Indonesia, and a couple of months ago in the Jakarta Biennale, which was also postponed like the Kathmandu Triennale, we produced a mural map in collaboration with a Javanese mural artist, and also in collaboration with an animation artist also from Java. We are continuing to make an animation film. So I turned from documentary into fiction, and the general focus is always China's expansion. But it's not only China's, it's a model for global expansion. It has been used in the past by what we call nowadays the colonial powers from Europe. There are some similarities between the expansionist policies of China now with what we have seen coming from Europe at the time. I started mapping this expansion and the interconnectivity in the international relationships, and even to the deep details of memorandum of understandings, the MOUs, which are very complicated as it sounds, but which are very important to know about. And one of them is the Kerun-Kathmandu Railway and several other hydroelectricity projects in Nepal. So when I was doing the piece in Jakarta showing the greater extent of the Maritime Silk Road on a huge mural map, I think it was like from here to there, a big mural map, which is now destroyed because the biennial is over. I also started talking with Cosmin, with Hitman and Shilasha about what we can do together in Nepal. And then I was introduced to Tuti, thanks God. And with Tuti, we started going to my research database, which was already looking into Chinese-related projects in Nepal. And I will ask Tuti to detail this, but I'm just going to simplify it. And then we started looking with Tuti to local artists who might be interested in collaborating with us. And then that's how we met Tashi. Tashi comes from a Tanka painting background, and immediately I was drawn into the aesthetics of Tanka. And we started a collaboration, and it's all focused on the Chinese engagement in Nepal in large infrastructure projects, and the question whether Nepal can export electricity in the future. This is a very simple question, so that's why we named the work Nepali Power with an invisible question mark at the end. So we are investigating by way of art whether this seems to be a feasible project for the future of Nepal and the Trans-Himalayan Railway. So I'll just give the mic to Tuti about the 9 projects, and then we can transfer to the process of Tashi.
So hi, I'm Tuti. So when I approached this project, so I'm coming from a research social sciences background with no art, like experience. And so I joined this project because Koken was interested in Chinese investment and Indian investment in Nepal. So that's kind of like what I was studying. So, I applied and I guess we got along. So, so that's how I started. We started by doing research on the BRI projects, the Belt Road Initiative projects, and we basically looked at multiple sources, articles, videos, like academic journals, images, all of those things. And the point was to create a map or like an imaginative map even, or a real one, I don't know. Like it was still all up in the air. So we just started doing that. And then eventually, so under the BRI, there's 9 projects. And so we started looking into those. And eventually we found out that Koken especially was interested by the railway project, which is this mega project that isn't really feasible, and hydropower projects, and basically like Nepal's role in, like being an exporter in South Asia and Southeast Asia. So we've explored that. And then when Tashi joined, it was really cool because he has a very artistic way of approaching things. And from my perspective, I was just thinking, like we're gonna create this map, boring stuff, and then like he transformed this, like these BRI boring concepts into something really creative. I think I'm gonna share my favorite, one of my favorite, like parts of his work, and then he can talk more about it. So, like with hydropower, like I think that we explored issues like cultural loss, societal loss, also like displacement of communities, and we'd mentioned this to Tashi, and in his Makara piece, one of the pieces, he's included this like little village drowning in the store, the large dam. So I really like that, and also I feel like his work is very detailed. If you guys haven't checked it out, you should go to Bahadur Shah. So I think that's all from my side, and Tashi's gonna talk more about like the process.
हेलो सर्वप्रथम यहाँ सबै काठमाडौँ ट्रेनाले टिम अनि स्पेशली कोकेन र टुटी चाहिँ हामी दुईको ब्रिजको पनि बीच हो हैन उले चाहिँ हाम्रो ट्रान्सलेट गराइदिन्थ्यो र काम गर्न सजिलो हुन्थ्यो के अनि यो प्रोजेक्टमा काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ धेरै च्यालेन्ज पनि भयो मलाई अनि धेरै एक्सप्लोर पनि गर्न पाए त्यो भन्दै स्लाइड सुरु गरौँ न यो प्रोजेक्टमा चाहिँ मैले खास के भने मेरो प्रोसेसहरु कसरी भयो हैन यो अब 2.5 महिनाको मात्र काम हो यो 2 महिनामा 2.5 महिनामा मैले कसरी काम गरे होला त्यो चाहिँ देखाउनु मन छ अनि प्रोसेसहरु कसरी इनबिल्ड भयो कसरी इम्प्लिमेन्ट भयो त्यो चाहिँ मलाई देखाउनु मन छ यसमा सबै कुराहरु चाहिँ अब कोकेनले नि भनिसक्यो टुटीले नि भनिसक्यो हैन मलाई यसमा चाहिँ मोर प्रोसेसको बारेमा चाहिँ कुरा गर्नु मन छ
Perfect lighting now. Like you can see the screen. Better.
के बोल्ने खास अब यो टाइटल चाहिँ नेपाली पावर भनेर छ होइन मलाई नेपाली पावर चाहिँ के हो खास नेपाली शक्ति भनेर चाहिँ के हो भन्ने चाहिँ लागिरहेको थियो कि अनि कसरी चाहिँ यो अब हाम्रो प्रोजेक्टमा इन्ट्रोड्युस हुने होइन कसरी चाहिँ यसलाई मोर इम्प्याक्टफुल बनाउने भनिरहेको मलाई चाहिँ त्यो सधैँ नै भइरहेको थियो कि एभ्री विक हामी डिस्कसन गर्दाखेरि त्यो मलाई चाहिँ त्यो भइरहेको थियो कि अनि नेपाली पावर हो चाहिँ के हो होइन खासमा यो कसरी चाहिँ स्टार्ट भयो अनि काम गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ के स्ट्राइक भयो भने स्लाइड आउँदै गर्छ म भनिदिन्छु है सबै कसरी स्ट्राइक भयो भने हाम्रो 2015मा चाहिँ जब अर्थक्विक गयो अनि त्यसको केही महिनापछि चाहिँ इन्डियाले नेपालमा ब्लकेट गरिदियो कि त्यो नाकाबन्दीपछि चाहिँ नेपाल गभर्मेन्ट नेपाली जनताले चाहिँ नेपालको अवस्था कस्तो चाहिँ छ भने ठ्याक्कै थाहा भयो क्या त्यो पछि चाहिँ मलाई रियलाइज भयो नेपालको नेपाली पावर त के हो मलाई पनि थाहा छैन कसरी चाहिँ यो यस्तो भयो होइन मलाई त्यसमा चाहिँ कस्तो क्वेसनै आयो कि अनि त्यो एउटा पर्टिकुलर रिजनले होइन मलाई चाहिँ अलिकति हिट गर्यो भन्नु पऱ्यो त्यही हो कि नेपाली पावर भने चाहिँ के हो भनेर नेक्स्ट अनि त्यो भएपछि चाहिँ अब नेपाल गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ अब इन्डियाको मात्रै डिपेन्ड भएर भएन भनिसकेपछि चाहिँ अब नेपाल गभर्मेन्ट त्यो बेलाको नेपाल गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ चाइना गभर्मेन्टसँग अब प्रोजेक्टहरू रेडी गरेर लगभग 36वटा प्रोजेक्टहरू रेडी गरेर चाइना गभर्मेन्टलाई दियो कि अनि त्यो चाइना गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ फिल्टर गरेर 9वटा प्रोजेक्ट मात्र हामी यसमा काम गर्छौँ त्यो पनि अन्डर द बिआरआई भनेर भने कि बिआरआई चाहिँ के रहेछ भने यो चाहिँ 2013मा फर्म भएको रहेछ जसले चाहिँ मेनी कन्ट्रीहरूमा चाहिँ इन्भेस्ट गर्दो रहेछ क्या अनि त्यसले यो चाहिँ चाइनाको एकदम महत्त्वकांक्षी प्रोजेक्ट भएको हुनाले चाइनाले चाहिँ चाइनाको आफ्नो आर्थिक अर्थतन्त्रलाई चाहिँ उकास्न यो प्रोजेक्टहरू लिएर आइरहेको रहेछ मैले चाहिँ त्यसरी बुझेँ होइन अनि यसपछि चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ यो भयो अनि नेक्स्ट स्लाइड अनि यो काममा काम गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ रिसर्च मटेरियलहरू कोकेनले अनि टुटीले चाहिँ दियो अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ गभर्मेन्ट सोर्सहरूको रहेछ न्युज पेपर अनलाइन पोर्टल त्यस्तै युट्युबबाट अनि मैले त्यसबाट चाहिँ धेरै इन्फर्मेसनहरू कलेक्ट गरेँ अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ मेरो प्रोसेसहरू चाहिँ स्टार्ट भयो अनि मैले चाहिँ यो प्रोसेसहरू स्टार्ट भइसकेपछि यसबाट लिएको इन्फर्मेसन भने चाहिँ कल्चर भयो ट्रेड भयो आर्ट भयो अनि कसरी चाहिँ चाइनासँग हामी आर्टसँग रिलेटेड छ होइन कसरी आर्ट एक्सचेन्ज भइरहेछ त्यो कुराहरूले चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ स्ट्राइक गरिरहेको क्या यो कुराहरू भयो होइन त्यो तलकोमा चाहिँ त्यो 1870मा एकजना फोटोग्राफरले लिएको रहेछ अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ ग्रेट अफ वाल को इन्ट्रान्समा चाहिँ यो के अरे कृत्रिम त्यो थ्रेसहोल्डमा चाहिँ नेवारी आर्किटेक्चर भनेर त्यो डिजाइनहरू त्यस्तो पाएँ अनि मैले चाहिँ अनि यो हाम्रो सराउन्डिङ यो काठमाडौँ भक्तपुर ललितपुर यसमा चाहिँ यस्तो इमेजहरू देख्दाखेरि मलाई त एकदम त्यो पर्सनल्ली पनि हाम्रो कल्चरली कसरी रिच छ भन्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ हिट गरिरहेको क्या अनि मैले इन्सपिरेसनहरू चाहिँ यिनीहरूबाटै लिइरहेको थिएँ कि नेक्स्ट त्यसपछि चाहिँ हाम्रो लेआउटहरू चाहिँ प्रोसेड भयो होइन अनि एभ्री विक म लेआउट देखाउँथेँ अनि कमेन्ट आउँथ्यो अनि त्यो कमेन्टमा फेरि कुराहरू गर्थेँ अनि त्यसरी चाहिँ कामहरू हुँदै गयो अनि यो चाहिँ मेरो फाइनल लेआउट जस्तो भयो अनि यो चाहिँ लास्ट आउटपुट यति हो थ्याङ्क यू
Okay, more questions. Tashi, this was too quick. I wanted to ask you about how you reached the decision to... Let's talk about... Can we make this image larger, maybe? Control room? Is it possible to make the image larger and focus on one of the paintings, maybe? Get closer? Yeah. So I just wanted to ask Tashi about... You immediately thought of the snake turning into a train. How did that come about? Like, what's that inspiration behind it?
खासमा अब काठमाडौँ टु केरुङ रेलवे उहाँ 9वटा प्रोजेक्ट मध्येमा पनि उहाँले चाहिँ मलाई 3वटा प्रोजेक्टको मात्र रिसर्च मटेरियल प्रोभाइड गराएको थियो कि अनि त्यसमध्येमा चाहिँ काठमाडौँ टु केरुङ टु काठमाडौँ रेलवे एउटा अनि हाइड्रो पावर अनि ट्रान्समिसन लाइन अनि त्यो काठमाडौँ केरुङ टु काठमाडौँ रेलवेमा चाहिँ मलाई इन्सपायर भएको चाहिँ त्यो छेपु हो कि कृतिमुख होइन कृतिमुख चाहिँ एज अ गार्डियन चाहिँ हाम्रो मन्दिरहरूमा घरहरूको त्यो थ्रेसहोल्डहरूमा हुन्छ क्या अनि मैले चाहिँ त्यो रिफरेन्स लिएको हो कि त्यो चाहिँ किन रिफरेन्स लिएको हो भने एज अ गेट वे जस्तो हाम्रो केरुङबाट होइन तलतिर आएको अनि मोर अब स्नेक होल गरिरहेको हुन्छ मैले चाहिँ एज अ त्यसलाई चाहिँ एज अ बुलेट ट्रेन जस्तो होइन त्यस्तो सेप दिएर चाहिँ काम गरेको थिएँ कि अनि त्यसमा सानो सानो डिटेलहरू पनि छ यहाँ त्यति स्पष्ट त भएन होइन अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ एज अ फ्युचर चाहिँ के हुन्छ यदि यो प्रोजेक्ट भयो भने होइन एज अ फ्युचर अब मानवीय वातावरणमा कस्तो प्रभाव पर्छ होइन त्यो समेत सोचेर चाहिँ यो काम गरेको थिएँ कि अनि यता मकराको कुरा गर्दा चाहिँ मकरा चाहिँ प्रायः वाटरसँग रिलेटेड छ होइन अनि त्यो वाटरसँग रिलेटेड भएकोले मैले चाहिँ त्यसलाई नै अलिकति आर्टिस्टिक वेबाट म एज अ ट्रेडिसनल थाङका प्र्याक्टिस गर्ने भएकोले मैले चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ त्यसमा चाहिँ काम गरेको छु कि यो त्यति हो
Yeah, the invisible question mark at the centerpiece. This is thought like of a triptych, like three trio paintings that you see in the Western like Christian church tradition, and it is how stained glasses are kind of also put into an angle behind the altar sometimes. I'm coming from a Muslim cultural background, but I also, the city where I come from is the first big city of Christianity, so I grew up with, well, I'm talking about Istanbul, Constantinopolis, so I grew up with the imagery of Christianity as well, and the Orthodox Christianity is very rich in symbolism and image, and I wanted to put the idea or the question mark, but without the question mark, of the possibility of Nepal holding a certain power in the future. But we deleted the question mark to make it more ambivalent. And both of these projects on the left and the right are actually talking about a possible future. When you go to the space, you'll see here, these are the Himalayas, and these are the train stations coming from China, Tibet, China. There is this agreement to take, to use 9 Chinese ports, dry ports or seaports. And this is Lanzhou, Lhasa, Shigatse, and then Keirung, Rasuvagadi, and then the Chepu is in the gateway, like the threshold where it enters Nepal. And here in these circles, the Tashi made the stories of the construction, a tunnel being built. Here there's a flock of people coming with their backpacks, so this is a possibility for more tourists to come. And construction workers, which are usually ignored in these big infrastructure projects because their stories are ignored on behalf of the states or companies who are building this. We wanted to express the laborers in this. And then there is a possibility of building an airport in Pokhara because the railroad can go to Lumbini and Pokhara, so that there's here, you don't see it very clearly, but there's a plane taking off. And this, from the Makara, this is a big dam project that is like a dam project that is happening. It doesn't have a name, but it represents many of the dam projects that Nepal is working on at the moment. Whether they will materialize or not, we don't know. So that's the Nepali power question mark. And this gold area is representing Nepal. And here in the detail, we'll see the big electricity tower coming from Kathmandu. And the fantasy or the prospect is it's going to distribute electricity. But we know the problems of electricity in Nepal. So the question is also, will Nepal be able to feed electricity to itself so that it can sell the electricity to the others? That's another question. So there's a lot of ambivalent questions in this work. And this work is also supported by a YouTube commentary that is made by Jai Nepal, who unfortunately left today. And that you can see on the YouTube and Instagram channel of Jai Nepal. It's also on the same topic, like, will Nepal have this power in the future? Oh, the rivers in the Nepali power, yeah. And here, we decided to tilt the map of the world. So because Nepali, usually we see it flat. And we wanted to give it more power by making it vertical. And then these are the neighbors. Of course, we know who the neighbors are. Of course, we know which neighbors are kind of squishing Nepal in between. But we don't name them here. We just name Nepal. So that's also kind of empowering Nepal. We made a play like that. And there are rivers here that you don't see. So the rivers are actually in no single country's territory. They go through Tibet, Nepal, India. So this also kind of underlies the kind of illogicality or the stupidity of trying to own rivers and their electricity, because Nepal cannot own those rivers, Tibet cannot, China cannot, and India cannot. So it's all some unifying element. But the whole talk of geopolitics is about who's going to control this power. But the rivers run through borders without knowing that they run through borders. So for the rivers, there is no logic for countries. They have no logic of countries. If you have any questions, we can answer them. There's one. Is there a microphone for her?
मेरो प्रश्न चाहिँ तासीलाई तपाईको पिक्चर्समा हैन प्रोजेक्ट डेभलपर्स इंटर कंट्री गभर्नमेंट को इंट्रेस्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स सबै छ तर what about the people who are being affected by this development so called हैन development aggression is displacing people from their ancestral lands अनि अघि नै हाम्रो politics of food मा पनि कुरा आइसक्यो कसरी चाहिँ sometimes like your myopic understanding or that like you're too naive to think how transnational politics is going to displace you and त्यो कुरा गर्दाखेरि मलाई अलिकति स्ट्राइकिङ लागेको and thank you Koken for explaining त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ सबै एक्टर्सहरू आयो तर सबैभन्दा बढी प्रभावित हैन मर्म जो चाहिँ मर्कामा पर्छन् उनीहरूको चाहिँ कथा आएन किन होला
क्वेशनको लागि धन्यवाद मलाई चाहिँ लाग्यो के हो भने मैले पनि त्यही क्वेशन गरिरहेको हो नि त मैले त्यही क्वेशन गरिरहेको अनि यो काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब यो काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो सबै कामहरू आयो हैन त्यसपछि नेपालमा हुने चाहिँ के हो के होइन मैले भने डेभलपमेन्ट चाहिँ कसरी डेभलपमेन्ट आयो भन्दैमा अब त्यो एउटा मैले क्वेसनै छोडेको है खासमा अनि कसरी चाहिँ अब अब यो हेर्न आउने मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ कसरी रियाक्ट गर्छ होइन अनि कसरी चाहिँ क्वेसनहरू रेज हुन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ त्यो नै खोजिरहेको यो क्वेसन मार्फत
Any more questions, thoughts, comments? So we're gonna wrap off today's sharing sections, and thank you everybody for joining us and sharing this wonderful projects, wonderful projects and things you are doing. So now we have more special programs. Sorry. So I would like to invite Sarare, our director of the festival, artistic director Cosmin Costinas, and co-curator Silasa, and chairperson Sangeeta Thapa on the stage. Yeah, just thank you everybody for joining us this long day and passionately listening to all our sections. Now I would like to hold the mic to our director, Sarare Vajracharya.
Thank you. So we would like to now invite the artists of the Kathmandu Triennale to join us on stage. And we would like to, it's a very small token, but at least it's a memory of just being here, but also being part of all of what's happening and honoring you and your work and your practice. So please do come and join us on stage. And we actually wanted the whole team to actually join us, but all the venues are being closed right now. So the team is going to join in another hour or so. So we will actually also honor the team, but first we would like to give our artists a little token of love. Please do join. Ashminadi, come. Karen, you this year? Maybe. Urmila, come. Any archery friends, come. Karnali Art Center, please come. Sanghari Sanskritik Pariwar. And then who else is around? Dal Badurji? Kaun hununcha? Aunu bhayo? Okay, good. Aunu bhayo. Arahant? Come. Induji, Anu. It's also a great photo op, so we have to do this. Come on, Archie. Yasmin, come, because in memory of Emma Kunz. Dipti, come. Should we get whoever is here from the team to come? Why don't you guys come and then we can take a photo, at least with whoever's here. And then okay, maybe next. We'll finish this one. Okay. So are we all here? And then Luni and Sedon, they're ready with everything. Do we want to give it to them?
Should we take a photo first?
Yeah, okay. Photo first. Come, sit. Hey, then just come, guys. Just come. The whole team, whoever's here. Sanjeev, just come. Shriti, come.
Who else is there?
Oh, Bishala, but no more. Oh, the slides. Later, come. Binodji, Aru. Kहाँ हुनुहुन्छ? Who else are we missing? Susan पनि आऊ न, honorary member of the team. It's okay. No. Sure. Are we supposed to say like 1, 2, 3, Kathmandu Triennale? Yeah, it makes you smile. अझै पछाडि कसरी फेरि लड्ला नि स्क्रिन ढल्ला नि ढल्दैन अलि पछाडि 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 अलि पछाडि मान्छे धाओस् पछाडि I don't do that. Ready? 1, 2. No, okay. उहाँलाई हेर्ने धन्यवाद ऋतु रोचक पनि छ ऋतु रोचक ऋतु अब एकछिनमा So we'd like to offer the artists a little token of love. Are we getting more team members on? Okay. Susan, Ritu, is Rochak here? No. Okay. There's a lot of people that are left behind. So we'll take one more photo, Pachi. Thank you. Woo! So we'd like to, from all of us, from the team, we wanted to give a little bit of a token. And these are, our designers are going to come later. So 6 was 9 good designer. Yeah. Don't say. I mean, it's not. Huh? So we're going to offer, so Sedon, Luniva, and Sangitadi are going to bring the bags to the artists. I think you should just take the whole, I think you guys should just take I think you guys should just bring the whole box. Yeah. We're just gonna give it. Thank you to our artists. Woo! And to the team, we will get ours later. But this batch is from us to them. Huh? And we will have these available for other people as well, Pachi, once we have enough. I'd like to request that we also have a seat so we can honor the team as well. फेरि एकचोटि बसौँ आर्टिस्टहरु पनि ब्याग पाउनु भएपछि एकचोटि ठक्क यहाँ अगाडि बसौँ ठक्क बस्दिहालौँ so that we can at least take some time to honor the team as well. टिमलाई पनि honor गरौँ. Artists, from the artists, some love for the team, please. I'm not actually put. No worries. Huh? सबैको नाम ल्याउँ अनि पछि फेरि गरौँ. Cosmin, take yours because we're going to get it later.
I mean, that's not the.
You already got
the green one.
Okay. So please do have a seat because we do want to name the whole team, please. Please have a seat, and then we're going to honor you as a team member now. So, Vishal has pulled up some of the team members on the slide. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get more bags. We're getting 500. So.
Yeah, the red one.
ठिक छ दिनु भएको बस्नु बस एकछिन बस्नु. So, do we want to take turns reading people's names out? Why don't you start? Or I can start. Or you start.
I think it would be nice if we could just go through the team names. Yeah.
It's so hot.
I said, and then I said, but after Lama is your project, and he all of a sudden was like, oh no.
But tomorrow, don't you have some race thing?
Yeah. So I'm going to start. What are we going to do? We're going to name everybody. Okay. Which one we're going to do?
Okay, I'll go shut the music.
Yeah, that would be great. Riken, music banda. Even though it was very appropriate. It worked really well. So we'd like to actually name all the team members. So if we could have 5 minutes of just listening to the crows a little bit. And then अहिले चाहिँ हामी अहिलेको टिम मेम्बर्सहरु चाहिँ को हुनुहुन्छ भनेर अनि there was a piece of paper here. So we're going to go through and we are trying our best to be as comprehensive as possible, but there's also a whole acknowledgement section of our the people who have contributed in terms of all the carpentry work, the metal work, and the painting, and we're just going to keep collecting all the names. So if we've missed anybody, please shout it out at the end. For the team members, you know who we've missed, so please make sure that we cover everybody, right? So we'd like to start. We're all going to take turns reading the names. So we're going to start with the team that sort of सुरुदेखि नै भनौँ न यो 6, 7, 8, 9 महिना भयो होला त्योभन्दा बढी भयो होला यो टिम चाहिँ सँगै काम गरेको. So this particular group of team people have been together for about 8 to 9 months होला, and have been yeah, and then some of them, Apurva's been with us since 2019. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to start with the head of communications and development, Apurva Rajagopal. Apurva, if you're online, I don't know if we're live or not, but thank you. We have our manager, Luniva, as well. We have Virangana Kumari Solanki, who maybe is online as well, if she's here, V. And we have Binod Bhujel, who's also here. He's wearing a yellow kind of coat thing. And Sanjan, who was going to come, but he might be coming later. Sanjan and Binod have been an amazing team. And then we have Deepak and Suresh, who are our production team co-leads. Deepak and Suresh will be coming soon as well. And so then we have our curatorial team that also has been with us, some actually again, like since 2019. But so there's Dipti Sherchan. Jagdish Mokhtan, Sanjeev Maharjan, Tenzing Sedon Ukyab. Sedon is somewhere right back there. Yeah. And Urmila Gamwa Tharu, who's also on the show. So we have to do that for Deepak and Suresh when they come to the party and dance. We have to go, for them. Okay. So I'm going to pass the mic to Sangeeta ji. Can you read one part of it?
Yeah. Special thanks to Subhash Tamang, Pooja Maharjan, Danish Maharjan, Ruby Maharjan, Sarah Tunik, and I don't know how to pronounce the last name, Kunch, Susan B. Bajacharya, and Lakshmi Tamang.
Bishal, where's Bishal ji? Kamal Shrestha. Sujan Shrestha. Nishal Kadka. Matina Maharjan. They're coming. Hitesh Vaidya, Hitesh. Hey. Aman Shahi. Binod Adhikari. And Rashana Bajracharya.
And we have like artwork, stories, and manager, but also multitasking, Shriti Prajapati. And coordinator, Pragya Thapa. I didn't see it. Yeah, where it is. And our researchers, Vibhustuti Thapa. Yay! And Priyankar Bajutsan, who's not here, but is in yes. And he's been like in and out in multiple projects, like as a curator assistant, as a curator researcher, and now later as an editor. Yeah. And then also in our curator team, Pooja Pant. Yay!
Oh, can I? Our two media people, Urza Acharya and Sarthak Bhattarai.
म चाहिँ ट्रान्सलेसन र एडिटिङकोबाट सुरु गर्छु हाम्रो पहिलादेखि नै विकिल स्थापितले सहयोग गर्नुभएको थियो अनि हाम्रो कृति अधिकारी अनि प्रवीण अधिकारी प्रियङ्कर बहादुर चन्द फेरि राजेन्द्र महर्जन ऋतु राजवंशी यही हुनुहुन्छ रोचक दहाल रोचकजी कतै हुनुहुन्छ होला तेन्जिङ सेदोनुके फेरि ट्रिसिया Taormina. Sorry, it's like difficult to pronounce. And also, I would like to acknowledge all our volunteers who've been actively, like looking all our venues and taking care of all the artworks and the visitors. So, Vivek Khoteja, Vikas Gurung, Diksha Rai, Kijan Manandar, Kipan Subidi, Menuka Sahi, Pravin Joshi, Pravila Joshi, sorry. Purushottam Chaudhary, Rojan Vajracharya, Rojan Maharjan, Rojin Maharjan, Ronisa Shrestha, Savina Rai, Sachina Shrestha, Safal Dhakwa, Samana Rai, Subheksha Sakhya, Sulabh Napit, Yambang Thapa Magar. Yati nai ho? No more.
Can we do these guys?
Yeah.
So before we go here, the 6 was 9 design Shijit and then Manjit and Manjit as well. Thank you. And I think they're coming. I hope they're coming. And then we have our Katha Haru team, team members who are here. So Biplav, Rocky, Merit, Sanjita, Sushant, अर्को नाम पनि छ रिपिस हो या रिकेन सञ्जन तामाङ सुमन सजन श्रेष्ठ and Sagar. Thank you. And then our acknowledgements.
The Agricultural Technical Center, Ashok Sharma, Vijay Waiba, Bilal Ansari, Binod Sharma, Celia Ho, whoa, Celia, Chris Wu, Dilkumari Karki, Geeta Shrestha, Hari Dangol, Hari Pant, Harshita Agrawal, Ritik Sharma, Intaj Ansari, Inti Guerrera, Ivy Lee, Jacqueline Leong, Jason Chen, Jenny Tam, and now over to Sarvahari.
So a lot of people were people from Parasite as well. So thank you, Parasite. And workshops as well. So Chris Wu is from workshops. The design visual identities. Chris Wu. So Jeet Bahadur Tamang, Joseph Chan, Kalpana Dhungana, Kamal Shrestha, this is another Kamal, Katsushi Goto, Kelly Ma, Kelly Tang, Kishore Kumar Shrestha, Milan Rai, Ming Sun Yu, Muhammad Alam, Muna Chetri, Nebraj Shrestha, Nasru Lal Ansari, Om Narayan Sharma, Pema Lama, Purva Tamang, Pooja Pant,
Pavin Narayan Manandar, Razbhai Manandar, Rajan Maji, Rajan Shah, Ram Prasad, Timal Sinha ji. I cannot read. No, I cannot see the screen.
Resam Bahadur Ale Magar, Rosan Limbu, Sakura Price, Sakti Maji, Sarmila Shrestha, Srimila Shrestha.
And actually, like, Srimila Shrestha also special acknowledgements. He has been helping a lot.
Sisir Bomjan, Soham Sa, Chiring Bista, Ujen Norbu Gurung, Upendra Yadav, Yogesh Saha.
We missed Shyam Tamang and Shyamlal Shrestha. So these are combinations of people who are actually building everything that you see.
Also Thabilal Kopila ji, who's helped us in the field report. And Binod Mahotto ji. And then and in Lomzung, Manmaya Gurung ji. And Meena Gurung ji. Thank you so much.
We have to add all these.
Yeah.
One more. And to Namita Sharaf for hosting the event tonight. Thank you. Namita ji, are you here?
I think she went to get
dressed.
So with that, we'd like to invite you to go to the exhibitions. It's a unique chance to see the exhibition at night. So Rati चाहिँ हाम्रो exhibition enjoy गर्नु होला. त्यो garden को spaces are, it's beautiful lighting. अनि कतिवटा video काम भएको कारणले it's actually really nice at night. So the exhibition, you know, it's a unique opportunity to see it at night.
Quite nice.
So we'd like to invite you. Are we going to do tours or no?
हल्ला नगरिकन जानुभयो भने चाहिँ ज्याकल्स पनि देख्छ.
Shall get it. So if we're lucky enough, maybe you guys will walk with people. Are you guys going to be in the exhibition space? So the artists are also around. So some of artists are from the exhibition space. So please feel free to chat with them about their work. And yeah, there's beautiful written labels. You want to say?
No, I mean, but we're also there, of course.
And we'll be around. Hi? And then there will be, after you go, there will be a little bit of a dance party. So, and it's mainly in honor of the team. So to sort of let off some steam because they've been working 24/7 to put this together. So please do come and join with us.
And a special thank you to Shari Bhattacharya, who has stuck through for the past 3 years with me. And of course, our co-curators, Shilasha Rajbandari and Hitmandai. And Cosminji, thank you for coming. Enjoy the rest of your night, ladies and gentlemen.